Anyone who's had their fortune told knows, with a mere flick of a finger, no sickness nor calamity will ever befall them. I almost starved while reading fortunes at the bustling market. The wife of the steamed bun shop owner, noticing my pitiful state, kindly handed me a large, steaming bun. To express my gratitude, I offered to read her fortune. I never expected to foresee that her daughter's life was in grave danger. Upon hearing my words, the owner's wife became deeply unsettled. She leapt from her seat in alarm. "What kind of nonsense are you speaking?" An elderly man seated nearby was startled by her sudden outburst. He quickly attempted to calm her down. "Madam, don't listen to him. He's just trying to frighten you." The owner's wife, though still shaken, collected herself and sat down once more. "Young man, what can I do to save my daughter? How can we resolve this situation? Tell me what I need to do," I requested, "and give me her birth date and time." Without hesitation, the owner's wife rattled off the numbers. I calculated the details in silence, then spoke gravely. "Your daughter's current lover is the source of danger. He's a wicked man. He's plotting against her." The owner's wife let out a relieved sigh. Her daughter didn't even have a boyfriend, and it seemed to her that this young fortune teller had just made a lucky guess. "Young man, my daughter doesn't have a boyfriend. See, I knew you were just making things up." The old man sat up straight, his face bearing a smug expression. "I never in my readings, I maintain. Perhaps she hasn't confided in you yet." The old man slumped back, uncertain. "Well, that could be true. Madam, maybe it's worth giving her a call." The owner's wife hesitated, unsure if her daughter had kept such a secret from her. So she took out her phone and dialed her daughter's number. The phone rang twice. Chendin, the owner's daughter, quickly picked up. "Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? Is something wrong?" The owner's wife put the call on speaker. "What could possibly be wrong? I just miss you, that's all. But are you hiding something from me?" "Oh, come on. What could I possibly be hiding from you?" The voice on the other end sounded a bit shaky. You calling me at this time, Is the shop not busy? Don't try to change the subject. Be honest with me, honey," she pressed. "Have you started dating someone?" Chenshin's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. Her mother didn't know anyone familiar with her situation. So how could anyone have tipped her off? "Who told you that?" "Don't worry about who told me." Chendon hesitated briefly, but decided to tell the truth. "Well, I did just start seeing someone a few days ago. That's why I hadn't told you yet." The owner's wife scolded her. "You cheeky girl. So you really are dating someone. If it weren't for this fortune teller today, how long were you planning to keep this from me?" Hearing the mention of some so-called fortune teller, Chendon immediately frowned. She worried her mother had been duped. Unable to hold back, she warned, "What fortune teller? Mom, don't let yourself be fooled. There are so many scammers nowadays. They've got tricks for everything. You must not believe any of it." Hearing this, I felt a bit helpless. So to prove myself, I said, "Your boyfriend is 3 years older than you. He has a cousin who's taking care of a boy just over 1 year old." On the other end, Chen Din was stunned. Who are you? How do you know all this?" she asked, her voice growing tense. I continued, "That cousin is currently living with your boyfriend." Chen Din was even more shocked. Knowing she had a boyfriend might be something a colleague overheard or saw. But the fact that her boyfriend was living with his cousin? Only the 3 of them knew about that. No outsider could possibly have that information. She tried to sound intimidating as she replied, "Tell me, who told you? What do you want? If you're planning to scam my mom for money, I'll call the police." I paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "You must be quite wealthy, right?" Chendon scoffed. "Ah, there it is. The fox finally reveals its tail. So you're finally talking about money. You said this wasn't about scamming people." "Yes, I'm wealthy. So what? You won't get a single cent from me." Ignoring her attitude, I continued, Your boyfriend is only dating you to steal your money. Chendin was immediately outraged. Nonsense. I pressed on. That so-called cousin of his isn't really his cousin. She's actually his wife. They've already registered their marriage. And that little boy, he's their child. No, wait, they're not technically married anymore. They staged a fake divorce to swindle you out of your money. What? The moment I said this, everyone in the room was left speechless. Chendin gasped in disbelief. This can't be true. Absolutely not. My boyfriend treats me so well. He's always there for me, whatever I need. He's thoughtful and attentive in every way. We've been nothing but happy and in love. There's no way he could be deceiving me. And as for his cousin, she's quiet and reserved. Every time I visit them, his cousin always takes the child out whenever I visit. Many times, she avoids us on her own. I never saw anything suspicious. I continued. The truth is, there's no real affection between them. They're only together because they share the same goal. That's why they've hidden it so well. Their sole purpose is to con you out of your money. In the next day or two, your boyfriend will approach you about some investment project. Though he won't directly ask for money, he'll lead you to offer it yourself for the sake of the investment. That boyfriend of yours is truly no good. From the moment he approached you, it was all part of his plan. His goal is to scam you out of as much money as possible before marriage. If everything goes smoothly, he'll marry you next year. And as for the wedding expenses, he'll find every excuse to avoid paying a dime. He won't contribute anything. He'll leave you to cover all the costs. After marriage, you'll also be the one paying for living expenses. Once he's drained you of all your money, he'll take out a massive life insurance policy in your name. Then he'll stage an accident to cause your death, so he can collect the insurance payout. My words left both the owner and the old man stunned, and sent chills down Chen Xin's spine. On the other end of the phone, her boyfriend had indeed mentioned, just a few days ago, that he wanted to partner with a friend on an investment, but she'd been too busy at the time, and he hadn't pushed the topic further. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time. The owner's wife grew anxious. Daughter, we're lucky to know about this now. Break up with that scumbag immediately. You can't let yourself fall into that trap. End it as soon as possible. Mom, don't worry. I know what I need to do now. With that, Chendin quickly hung up the phone. My words had stirred an enormous storm in her heart. One that would take a long time to settle. After hanging up, the owner's wife was overwhelmed with emotion, grabbing my hand as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Young man, thank goodness you warned us today. Otherwise, my daughter would have fallen into that scoundrel's trap. It's a blessing we found out early. As she spoke, she got up and went to the counter, retrieving 500 yuan. Little master, this is just a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. I'm so thankful for what you did for my daughter. I accepted the crisp red bills, happily tucking them into my pocket. Good deeds bring good returns, and every cause has its effect. If you hadn't offered me a bun, none of this would have happened. Everything is a result of cause and effect. I turned and glanced at the old man. Old man, you've lost the bet. By now, the old man's expression had shifted from disbelief to admiration. I admit defeat, he said with a chuckle. I'll cover the cost of the buns. Little master, why don't you read my fortune too? No one leaves money on the table, right? I quickly nodded. A reading costs 500 yuan. Upon hearing this, the old man didn't hesitate and handed me 500 yuan without a second thought. I gladly accepted the money and looked at the old man with great seriousness. His face was filled with clarity. His eyes were bright, and his complexion clear as day. He had the long philtrum of a blessed man, a life free from worrying, surrounded by children and grandchildren, without any great calamity. No major disasters in sight. But what about minor ones? I took another look at him. Yes, there is a small misfortune, but it's nothing serious. Not even worth mentioning. The old man, growing anxious, replied, even small issues matter. Tell me, what is it? How minor? Well, when you turn 99. The old man, already excited, interrupted me. I can live to 99? No, no! When you turn 99, your grave will be dug up. The government will reclaim the land to build a road. They'll compensate your family with a large sum of money. Old man, you truly have a fortune ahead of you. Even after death, you'll be earning money for your children. The owner's wife burst into laughter. Brother, you really are blessed. The old man's face darkened. Who needs this kind of blessing? I certainly don't. I asked the owner's wife for a pen and some paper, and quickly drew to talismans for peace. I handed one to the owner's wife. This peace talisman can be used once. Be sure to carry it with you at all times. It'll keep you safe and sound, and turn misfortune into fortune. Then I gave the other to the old man. He took the talisman carefully and tucked it away with great caution. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Chenshin's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. She couldn't focus on the documents in her hands. She took a leave from work and headed straight to her boyfriend's house. Her boyfriend wasn't home. Only his cousin was there. Chendin chatted warmly with the cousin, trying to build rapport. The cousin, already frazzled from dealing with the child, was more than happy to have help. Taking advantage of her distraction, Chendin discreetly plucked a few strands of the child's hair. Then, under the guise of tidying up, she found a few strands of hair from her boyfriend's bedding. Feeling it wasn't enough, she also pocketed the cigarette butts from the ashtray. Satisfied with what she'd gathered, Chendin made an excuse to leave. Once outside, she went straight to the hospital, where she met a friend she knew. With their help, she quickly obtained the test results. Staring at the report, Chenshin's nails dug deep into her palms. It turned out they really were father and son. Holding the paternity test in her hand, Chendin wasted no time in breaking up with her boyfriend. The evidence was irrefutable. Her boyfriend couldn't argue his way out of it. He had no choice but to obediently return every penny of the money he had taken from her over the years. They broke up quietly and cleanly. After bidding farewell to the owner's wife and the old man, I wandered over to the park. It was the weekend, and the park was bustling with people. So I set up my fortune-telling stand under the shade of a tree. But I hadn't been there long before a security guard approached. Curious, the old man leaned in to read the words on my sign. I smiled warmly. Care for a fortune, sir? The old man glanced at me, then turned and walked away. Why'd he leave? I muttered, surprised. That old man's got some strong beliefs. Just as I was about to complain further, I saw him return holding a large loudspeaker. He flicked it on, and a booming voice erupted. Believe in science. Reject superstition. The sound startled me, making me jump. The old man flashed me a brilliant smile, but didn't say a word. Just stood there holding the loudspeaker, quietly observing. The loudspeaker kept repeating its message in a loop, and more people started to look my way. That old man must be missing some element of gold in his life, I thought. He was really starting to irritate me. If I weren't trying to keep a low profile, I'd have given him a piece of my mind. So I packed up my stand and moved to another spot. But it wasn't long before the old man followed me again, his loudspeaker trailing behind as he slowly circled around me. I felt utterly wronged. I just wanted to make a little money. What's wrong with that? Taking a deep breath, I reached the end of my patience. No more holding back. I decided to give up. Old man, I'm done. I'll just take a walk. Is that okay? The old man smiled kindly. Sure, take a walk, he said, turning off the loudspeaker but still staying put. I took a few more deep breaths, muttering to myself, don't get mad, don't get mad. It's not worth it to get angry. If I get mad and something happens to him, I'll have to compensate. Ignoring him, I continued walking on my own. The bustling crowd around me lifted my spirits. Slowly, my mood began to lighten. There were plenty of small vendors in the park, selling all kinds of things. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started buying whatever caught my eye. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks. There was a small grove of trees in the park, and beneath them, a group of people were having a picnic, laughing and chatting, having a great time. I stood there staring at them, hesitating for quite some time. Finally, I walked over to them. Liu Yanru, who was part of the picnic group, noticed me approaching and joked, "Hey, handsome, are you here to ask for our WeChat?" I didn't get upset at her words. Just a bunch of kids. Their combined ages didn't even match half of mine. Not worth getting worked up over. "Would you like to buy a peace talisman?" I asked. "It'll keep you safe and sound, no trouble or harm. Keep the evil spirits away." From afar, the security guard heard what I was saying and grabbed his loudspeaker, walking over again. The picnic group all turned their eyes toward me, wondering if they had misheard. This guy didn't come over to flirt. He's actually here to sell talismans. Suddenly, everyone's expressions towards me shifted again and again. What a pity, such a handsome guy. But his brain is broken. Seems like the heavens are fair after all. You should hurry home. Your family must be worried sick. Do you even know the way home? Do you need us to take you back? I shook my head. Are you sure you don't need help? But you're sitting on top of someone right now. At that, someone in the group got annoyed. Come on, Ziliang. Don't spout nonsense. How could there be someone there? I pointed to the ground beneath them. Dig 1 meter down from here, and you'll find a woman's corpse. Some people jumped up scared, while others didn't believe me. I pointed to another spot and said, if you dig just 10 centimeters down here, you'll find a bracelet. If you don't believe me, go ahead and dig. Liu Yanru swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile. You sound so convincing. Is this how scammers operate these days, with such creative stories? I looked at her and said, when you were 5, you fell into a river and almost drowned. After being saved, you had a high fever for 3 days. When you were 18, your parents divorced. You lived with your mother. When you were 20, you had your first boyfriend. You dated for 6 months before he cheated on you. Need me to say more? Liu Yanru's face turned pale with shock. Then I walked over to the old man and said, Old man, you have a son and a daughter, 2 grandsons. Your son is abroad right now. You live with your daughter. Your wife used to be a teacher, retired now. Last year, she had a serious illness. Am I right? The old man stood there, frozen in disbelief. The old man's hand, which was about to flip the switch, suddenly paused. His face was full of disbelief. Everything I said was spot on. Could there really be a dead body buried underground? No way! Is there really a corpse here? The people from the picnic group suddenly remembered my earlier words, and in fear, quickly ran off to the side. The atmosphere became eerily quiet for a moment. Suddenly, the old security guard rolled up his sleeves and said, I'll dig. After a short while, he actually dug up a bracelet. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. The old man's hands shook as he continued to dig, exclaiming in shock, there really is a bracelet. Swallowing hard, he clung to the hope that this was just a coincidence. This must be just a coincidence, right? Young man, I didn't respond, but my gaze urged him to keep digging. The old man took a deep breath, and though clearly nervous, he forced himself to continue. Soon enough, a fragment of a bone appeared in everyone's view. The old man dropped the shovel in terror, leaping away as fast as his legs could carry him. For an elderly man, he moved with surprising agility, his face drained of all color. With a sudden tilt of his head, he fainted on the spot. One of the girls in the group started crying. What should we do? There's a dead body. The old man's legs were shaking uncontrollably, and he looked at me in horror. Are you some kind of immortal? The others all turned to me in unison. I glanced at the security guard, who was now regaining consciousness. "Immortal," I said. "You should believe in science, right?" The security guard gave a nervous, awkward laugh, almost as if he were about to cry, stammering, Sorry, let's call the police." And with that, he started massaging his own pressure points, taking deep, shaky breaths. "Man, I almost missed out on my retirement pension," the security guard muttered. At this point, the braver ones in the group had come to their senses. One of them pulled out their phone and called the police. Taking advantage of the situation, I started promoting my wares. "Want a peace talisman?" I asked. "It will ensure your safety and smooth life. No ghosts or evil spirits will bother you. Only 500 yuan each." Yes, I'll take one." No one dared to question me anymore. They rushed to buy the talismans, sticking them close to their bodies, terrified that a second of delay would let a ghost cling to them. The talismans sold out instantly. I grinned from ear to ear. Even the old man, shaking, clutched his peace talisman. He'd abandoned his loudspeaker, not caring about it anymore. The police soon arrived on the scene. After investigating, they took several of us back to the station for questioning. In the detective's office, veteran detective Captain Wang, with 10 years of experience, was taking my statement. "Eyewitness," he began. "State your name, age, and gender." I calmly replied. "Su Ran, about 1,000 years old. Gender, male, but I can also be female." "What do you mean by can be male or female?" Captain Wang thought he misheard. I answered seriously. "I can be either male or female. It just depends on what you need." Captain Wang frowned and warned me. "Let me remind you, obstructing a police investigation can result in a fine of 200 to 500 yuan, or 5 to 10 days of detention. If the situation is severe, criminal charges may follow. So answer my questions truthfully." "But I am telling the truth," I replied. "If you don't like me being male, I can switch to female." Captain Wang was speechless for a moment. He turned and wrote male on the report. "How did you know there was a body buried there?" "I calculated it," I said matter-of-factly. Captain Wang's brows furrowed deeply, feeling like his patience was wearing thin. "Calculated it," he repeated. I nodded seriously. "Yes, calculated it." "That's right." Captain Wang gave me a doubtful look, instinctively sensing that I might be making things up. But after reviewing the other witnesses' statements, they matched exactly with what I had said. Captain Wang couldn't help but glance at me again. After years of handling cases, he'd encountered all kinds of people. He knew better than to judge a book by its cover. But still, a young guy claiming to predict the future? Who would believe that? With these doubts still lingering in his mind, Captain Wang took another deep breath, forcing a friendly smile. "Mr. Su," he began, "obstructing a police investigation is a criminal offense. Also, congratulations," I interrupted. "You're going to be a father." I tilted my head, calmly adding, "Your wife is pregnant." Captain Wang froze. "What?" "She's expecting twins." "Impossible," he said, but his voice faltered. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. He picked it up. Seeing that it was his wife calling, he answered the call. As soon as the conversation started, Captain Wang's entire face lit up, his hands trembling with excitement, his grin stretching all the way to his ears. "My wife said she's pregnant." The couple had been married for years with no children, which had been a source of deep sadness for his wife. But now, incredibly, she was expecting. She had just returned from the hospital, where the doctor confirmed she was carrying twins. Hanging up the phone, Captain Wang couldn't stop smiling. "My wife just called. She said she's pregnant with twins. 2 months along. That's amazing. Congratulations." Several people in the office rushed over to offer their congratulations. Captain Wang glanced over at me, waving his hand to quiet everyone down. I ignored him, instead turning to another officer. "Your mom twisted her ankle while rushing for discounted eggs at the supermarket, right?" The officer was stunned. He nodded quickly. Yes, she did. It happened yesterday while she was trying to get eggs on sale. At this moment, a female officer named Liu Li smiled at me and asked, "You're pretty accurate. Can you tell me what's going on with me?" "You have a serious case of uterine cold," I said calmly. "Every time your period comes, you're in unbearable pain." I placed my small satchel on the table. "You're lucky to have met me today," I continued. "I just happen to have a talisman that can cure that." Liu Li's expression turned to shock. "That's right," she said. "Those few days of the month are the most painful for me. I've tried both traditional Chinese medicine and Western treatments. The doctors said it can only be slowly improved with time. I've taken so many medications, but nothing seems to work." I began opening the cloth bundle, taking items out one by one. As I kept pulling things from the bag, the others stared with wide eyes. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Stacks of cash, piles of folded triangular talismans, blank yellow talisman paper, vermilion powder, a worn-out brush, bananas, apples, random objects covered the entire table. I kept pulling out more and more, and everyone in the office was completely dumbfounded. They gathered around me, looking at me like I was an alien. How could such a tiny satchel hold all these things? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is so unscientific. Finally, I found a triangular talisman. Handing it to Liu Li. "This is a warming talisman for the uterus," I said. "Stick it to your lower abdomen. In about a month, it will be completely cured." Liu Li stared at me in disbelief. Hesitating to take the talisman, the office was dead silent. It felt like even the air had frozen for a moment. Captain Wang was the first to snap out of his shock, his eyes darting between me and the small cloth bag. Finally, he couldn't resist asking, "Your bag doesn't look that big. So how can it hold so many things?" His question seemed to jolt everyone back to attention. "My bag is lined with a storage talisman," I replied. I pulled out a storage talisman and showed it to them. "Here it is. Just stick this inside your bag, and it can hold hundreds of times more than its actual size." Everyone in the office stared at me in disbelief. "A piece of paper ... that powerful? Is this like a real-life myth?" Liu Li, who had finally recovered from the shock, quickly took the talisman with both hands. "Thank you, really," she said. "Thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you." I extended my hand. "No need to be so formal. Just pay me 500. Liu Li blinked in surprise, but then smiled and handed over the money without hesitation. I smiled, eyes narrowing in delight. Pocketing the cash, I quickly gathered up my things, organizing everything neatly. Liu Li, now with the talisman in hand, looked at me with sparkling eyes, muttering to herself about being a police officer, having to set an example, and believing in science, rejecting superstition. Captain Wang rubbed his face with both hands, trying to refocus. "All right, back to the matter at hand. Can you figure out who the murderer is? Or maybe you can provide more clues?" I tilted my head and asked, "Are you paying?" Captain Wang took a deep breath. "Yes, we'll pay." With that confirmed, I grinned happily. "Give me the victims' birth date and time of birth." "I can give it a try," I say. "But if I had the victim's birth date and time of birth, I'd already know who they were. Why would I need to ask you?" Captain Wang frowned deeply. "Is that so? Well then, ... Are you in a hurry?" I asked. "If not, we can do this another day." Captain Wang quickly responded, "Of course, we're in a hurry. The higher-ups are paying close attention to this case. They've ordered us to solve it within a week. But right now, we have barely any leads. All we know is that the victim is female, around 25 years old. She may have been horribly tortured before death. Almost all her ribs were broken, and her fingers were shattered. And the time of death was 5 years ago." Captain Wang rubbed his temples in frustration. "Time is running out. If you have any ideas, just say them." I spoke slowly. "Well, there's only one way left. I can summon the spirit of the deceased. You can ask her your questions yourselves." Captain Wang's face froze. What did you just say? This kid is suggesting we talk to a ghost? I'm not sure I heard you right. Can you repeat that? I said. If the victim hasn't been reincarnated yet, I can summon her spirit. You can ask her whatever you need to know. Captain Wang turned to his colleague, Sun Lin, whose face mirrored his shock. He whispered, "Did he just say we should talk to a ghost?" Sun Lin nodded emphatically. Yes, that's what he said. Captain Wang, making sure he hadn't misheard, stared at me with an even stranger expression. Meet me in the park tonight, I suggested. Captain Wang was silent for a long time, struggling to make a decision. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, we'll go with you." I smiled and extended my hand. "If we're doing this field work together," I said, "you can't expect me to help for free, right?" Captain Wang gritted his teeth. "Fine." He reluctantly pulled out 1,000 yuan from his own pocket and handed it to me. Taking the money, I beamed with satisfaction. We waited at the station until nightfall. Late into the night, I led 3 police officers to the spot where the body had been discovered. The hole had already been filled in. I held up 2 fingers and muttered a few words under my breath. The talisman I held ignited without flame, burning to ash in the blink of an eye. The ashes scattered into the air, carried by no wind. Whether it was psychological or not, the 3 officers suddenly felt a chill in the air. A strange fear began to creep up in their hearts, as if someone was watching them. Sun Lin shivered, muttering to himself, "It must be because I didn't wear enough clothes. If I knew it would be this cold at night, I would have dressed warmer." He rubbed his arms, looking around. "Master, there's nothing here." "Oh, I forgot you can't see it yet." I waved my fingers in front of their eyes, a flash of light quickly merging into their vision. "All right, now you should be able to see." Sun Lin exaggeratedly blinked, looking around once more. Still nothing. But as soon as those words left his mouth, a ghostly figure suddenly descended from the nearby tree with a swoosh. A female ghost, her hair flowing downward, her eyes nothing but hollow sockets. Blood gurgled from her mouth, dripping steadily. When she opened her mouth, her voice was garbled and indistinct, but it seemed she was saying, "Are you looking for me?" "Oh!" Liu Li let out a high-pitched scream. She hadn't fainted yet, but standing beside her, Sun Lin's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground. I rubbed my ears, still ringing from the loud scream, then glanced at Sun Lin, who was lying on the ground, shaking my head. I muttered, "So useless." Liu Li, staring at Sun Lin who had fainted before her, wondered, "What's going on? I haven't even passed out yet, and this kid's already out cold." Captain Wang, who had handled countless cases, prided himself on his mental fortitude, but even he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. His limbs were stiff, and his expression looked as though he'd been struck by lightning. His pale lips twitched uncontrollably. I looked up at the ghost and said, "Come down. We need to ask you something." The female ghost instinctively sensed that I was dangerous. After floating down from the tree, she kept her distance, too scared to come any closer. Her hollow, bloody eyes filled with confusion and fear as she stared at us. Captain Wang, trying to suppress his fear, along with Liu Li, dragged Sun Lin's unconscious body to safety behind me. They quickly set him down, and then, both standing firm, guns raised, they positioned themselves in front of me. "Careful," Captain Wang warned. "You, step back." I looked at them, slightly trembling yet still resolutely standing in front of me, and felt a surge of warmth in my heart. "Put your guns away," I said softly. "Guns are useless against ghosts. Besides," I added, "as long as I'm here, nothing will happen." "You wanted to ask her questions, right? Go ahead." Captain Wang stood frozen for a moment, but eventually, he and Liu Li holstered their guns. After showing their badges, their expressions shifted, regaining their professional composure. Their voices took on a solemn tone. "We are from the city's criminal investigation team," Captain Wang began. "We are investigating your murder, so we need you to tell us who you are. Who killed you?" Please help us with any clues you can provide. The female ghost opened her mouth, but blood poured out instead of words. Her attempts to speak were futile, as more blood flowed from her mouth, preventing her from saying anything. The ghost's voice came out as garbled, unintelligible sounds. We couldn't make out a single word she was saying. Captain Wong and Luli exchanged confused glances. How are we supposed to ask her anything? We can't understand her at all. I raised my hand, casting a talisman. The paper fused into the ghost's body and vanished. Immediately after, her appearance began to change. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a delicate, young woman. Ouch, she exclaimed. This hurts so much. Why am I lying on the ground? At that moment, Sun Lin, who had been unconscious, sat up, holding the back of his head. Seeing the surroundings, everything suddenly came rushing back to him. Ghost! Ghost! Sun Lin jumped to his feet in a flash, latching onto my arm and shouting, "Master, there's a ghost!" I tried to pull my arm back, annoyed, but he was clinging to it with all his strength. I had no choice but to let him hold on. Just as I was about to speak, Captain Wong turned around, glaring at Sun Lin in frustration. "Shut up," he snapped. This idiot was making such a scene. How embarrassing. Sun Lin shut his mouth, feeling chastised, but he still refused to let go of my arm, gripping it tightly. He cautiously looked around. There was no sign of the female ghost anymore, but there was now a beautiful young woman in her place. Looks like the ghost is gone, he sighed in relief. Finally, he released his grip on me. He walked over to Captain Wang's side, smiling as he greeted the young woman. "Hi, I'm Sun Lin. Who are you? Why didn't we see you earlier?" The woman ignored him, still lost in her own thoughts. "The killer." "Who's the killer?" she mumbled to herself, trying hard to remember something. As she struggled to recall, the dark aura around her grew thicker and thicker. It was as if something had clicked. Suddenly, her body surged with a violent black energy, her expression turning ferocious. "Kill him," she screamed. The dark aura exploded outward, twisting her face into a terrifying snarl. "Kill him! I want to kill him!" Sun Lin was so terrified he nearly wet himself. I frowned, and with a swift slap, the dark energy surrounding the ghost dissipated significantly. She regained her clarity, trembling and lowering her head. "Behave," I warned. "Answer the questions properly. If you don't, I'll make sure your spirit is completely obliterated." Turning to Captain Wong, I said, "Let me handle the questioning." Captain Wong nodded. Dealing with ghosts was clearly not his area of expertise. "Who are you?" I asked. "How did you die? Who is your killer?" The ghost, now calmer, looked like she was about to cry. "The killer is a man," she said. "I don't know him. I don't know who he is." Captain Wong was puzzled. "You don't know him? Was it for robbery, assault, revenge?" The ghost shook her head. "No, none of that. That man thought he was just a monster, a demon." As her dark aura began to surge again, I flicked my fingers, and a flash of golden light shot into her body. The black energy vanished instantly. Seeing the ghost calm down, Captain Wong continued, "Miss, tell us everything in detail. We will catch the killer and bring him to justice." The ghost began to speak softly. "My name is Zhang Qianchen. I was 20 years old. After graduating from high school, I came here alone to find work. That night, after I finished my night shift, I was walking through a small alley. Suddenly, someone covered my mouth and nose. When I woke up, I was locked in a room. Do you know what he did to me? He was a monster, a madman. He chained me up and tortured me bit by bit. He broke my ribs, snapped my limbs. I begged him over and over, but he ignored me completely. Every day, he found new ways to torture me. I don't know how many times I passed out, only to be jolted awake by the pain. It felt like I was living in hell." The ghost shouted in anger, as if reliving the torment she had endured. Everyone listening was shaken by her words, unable to calm themselves for a long time. "Is this even a human being? The ghost was right, he wasn't. He was a demon. A devil. Captain Wong, after thinking for a moment, asked, "During that time, did he say anything at all?" The ghost wept blood, her voice choking. "From the moment I was captured, he never said a word to me." "What did he look like?" Captain Wong asked. The ghost shook her head. "I don't know. He always wore a devil's mask whenever he came. I never saw his face. I only know he was thin and about 1.7 meters tall." Captain Wong frowned and asked, "Think carefully, did he have any other distinguishing features?" The ghost lowered her head, deep in thought. Suddenly, she looked up sharply. "I remember now. He had a scar on his left arm, round like a burn from a cigarette. And once, he went outside to make a phone call. I overheard him say something about being called Sun Mingyuan, but it was far away. So I'm not sure if that's his name." Sun Lin gasped. "Did you say his name is Sun Mingyuan?" Captain Wong was puzzled. "You know him?" Sun Lin's eyes widened. "I have a distant cousin named Sun Mingyuan." I spoke up. "Do you have a picture of your cousin? If I see it, I'll know if it's him." Sun Lin quickly pulled out his phone and began searching, soon finding a photo of Sun Mingyuan. I took just one look and confidently said to Captain Wong, "Go arrest him. That man has more than one murder on his hands. He's killed at least 5 people." Sun Lin and Li stared at me in disbelief, and Captain Wong was equally shocked. "Are you serious?" "But without any solid evidence. We can't just arrest someone on a hunch. We need proof." I immediately opened my third eye, taking a closer look. "There's a hidden room in his basement," I said. "Right now, there's someone locked up in there. If you don't get there soon, that person won't survive." As for evidence, I added with a grin, "I can help you by placing a truth talisman on him. That way, you'll have your evidence. Of course, it'll cost you 500 yuan. Fine, Captain Wong sighed. "Here's the money." Captain Wong handed over the cash reluctantly. Smiling, I pocketed the money and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you down. And as a bonus, I'll give each of you a peace talisman. Wear it close to you and it will keep you safe, warding off evil spirits and bad luck. 500 yuan for talismans, that's a friend's discount." I handed over 3 peace talismans to Captain Wong, then turned to the ghost. "As for you, you'll come with me for now. Once your case is solved, I'll send you off to reincarnation." The ghost, who had been filled with hatred and unable to pass on, finally found some peace, knowing revenge was near. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. But in doing so, she accidentally nodded too hard, and her head fell off, rolling twice across the ground. The ghost hurriedly picked it up and carefully placed it back on her neck, adjusting it. "All right," she said awkwardly. The ghost said, "I'll follow the master's instructions." Captain Wong, Sun Lin, and Liu Li were so scared they nearly fainted. I took out a small, glossy gourd, unscrewed the cap, and muttered a few incantations. The ghost turned into a wisp of black smoke and was sucked into the gourd. Captain Wong, Sun Lin, and Liu Li carefully stowed away their peace talismans. Then all 3 of them stared at the gourd in my hand, too shocked for words. They returned to the police station, where the light was still on in the chief's office. Captain Wong knocked on the door and entered. He explained everything that had happened today. Chief Zhou chuckled at first. Captain Wong had been under his supervision since joining the force. After all these years, he knew Wang's temperament well. "When did you start believing in this stuff?" "You, of all people?" Wong replied, "Today. I just started today." Seeing that Chief Zhou didn't believe him, Wong retold the events in detail, including his thoughts on the situation. Chief Zhou fell silent. "This sounds like something out of a ghost movie," he muttered. "Who would believe it?" But after thinking it over, he sighed and said, "All right, we'll do as you suggest. If Mr. Su can really make him tell the truth, get the search warrant immediately." Make sure you rescue whoever is in that basement. Captain Wang received his orders and hurriedly gathered a team to head to Sun Mingyuan's house. Meanwhile, I was just getting ready for bed when Captain Wang urgently called me in. At Sun Mingyuan's house, he stood in his pajamas at the door, looking irritated at the crowd outside. Captain Wang stepped forward and showed his badge. "Good evening. I'm Captain Wang from the Criminal Investigation Unit. We're investigating a murder case and would like to ask you a few questions. Would it be convenient for us to come inside and talk?" A flash of panic flickered in Sun Mingyuan's eyes, but he quickly masked it, keeping his face calm. "Of course," he said smoothly. "I'm a law-abiding citizen after all. It's my duty to cooperate with the police. Please come in." I followed behind the group, and as Sun Mingyuan turned to lead us inside, I discreetly cast the truth talisman onto his back. The charm quickly fused into his body. I gave a subtle nod to Captain Wang. Captain Wang understood instantly. He pulled out the bracelet that had been found at the crime scene and asked, "Mr. Sun, have you seen this bracelet before?" Sun Mingyuan wanted to deny it, but to his shock, the words that left his mouth betrayed him. "Of course I've seen it. The first woman I killed wore an identical bracelet. I saw it every day for a whole month. How could I not recognize it?" As soon as the words escaped, his face turned pale with horror. He clapped his hand over his mouth, shaking his head violently. "That's not what I meant. This isn't what I wanted to say." He had intended to deny everything, but his lips had betrayed him, forcing the truth out against his will. "How is this happening?" he thought, terrified. Captain Wang felt a surge of satisfaction, though his face remained stern and professional, showing no sign of the victory he felt inside. "Looks like Sue's truth talisman is working after all," he thought. "This guy really is the killer." Only Captain Wang and Sun Lin knew about the talisman's power. The other officers were completely unaware. They stood in stunned silence, unable to believe what they were hearing. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes full of disbelief as they stared at Sun Mingyuan. It was the strangest thing they'd ever witnessed. Never before had they seen a murderer so boldly confess. To admit to murder so carelessly unbelievable. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Or maybe the heavens decided to cut us cops some slack? Lighten our workload a bit? Captain Wang maintained a serious expression as he spoke. "Mr. Sun, you just said you killed someone?" Sun Mingyuan, still gripping his mouth tightly, tried desperately to stop himself from speaking. But no matter how hard he tried, the words kept pouring out clearly. "Yes, that's right," he said. "I did kill someone. And not just one. I wanted to write more great books. I wanted fame. But I couldn't do it. My creativity had dried up. I couldn't come up with anything good anymore. Till one day, I watched someone get hit by a car right in front of me. Their blood even splattered on my face. And to my surprise, I wasn't scared at all. The thrill of that moment, it filled me with endless inspiration. My writing became an overnight sensation." The more Sun Mingyuan spoke, the more horrified he became. His mind was screaming, "Stop talking! Shut up now!" But he couldn't stop himself. The secrets he had buried deep inside spilled out uncontrollably. He looked on in despair as Captain Wang pulled out a search warrant. It felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. One thought echoed in his mind. "It's over. I'm done for. I'm absolutely finished." There was no escape now. Soon, a team of officers carried a person out of the basement. The officers who had gone down into the basement came back, pale and vomiting. The scene inside was indescribably gruesome. What they had witnessed was beyond horrific. It was inhumane. The victim was rushed to the hospital for emergency care. From there, the case moved forward with remarkable ease. Under the influence of the truth talisman, the captured Sun Mingyuan confessed everything without resistance. Sun Mingyuan was extremely cooperative with the police, answering every question without hesitation. Based on his confession, the police uncovered 3 more bodies. Even more shocking, they also linked him to an unsolved dismemberment case from years ago. 6 years ago, A woman in her 30s was brutally dismembered. The killer had cunningly scattered the body parts across various counties and districts, leaving no trace behind. At the time, the case spread fear and paranoia throughout the area, with no leads to follow. Captain Wong had worked tirelessly, investigating day and night, but found not a single clue. The case had been shelved until now, and it had weighed heavily on Captain Wang's mind ever since. But now, with Sun Mingyuan's confession, the truth had finally come to light. From the start of the case to its conclusion, it only took 2 days, an unprecedented speed for such a complex case. Captain Wong had never seen a case wrap up so quickly before. There had been a 50,000 yuan reward for solving the dismemberment case, and as a token of appreciation, he successfully applied for an additional 20,000 yuan reward for me. In total, I received 70,000 yuan. I grinned happily, eyes crinkling with joy as I pocketed the bounty. Captain Wong and his colleagues warmly escorted me to the entrance of the police station. Mr. Su, Captain Wong said, "You've been a tremendous help this time. I can't thank you enough. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come to me, as long as it's legal. I'll do my best to help you." I smiled and replied, "No need to be so formal, Captain Wong. You paid me for my services. We're square in terms of karma. No need to worry about it too much." Captain Wong nodded. "Even though you say that, some debts are worth remembering. Oh, and by the way," he added, "that truth talisman of yours is really something special. Can I call you for help if I ever run into trouble in the future?" Captain Wong asked. I nodded and replied, "Of course. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to give me a call." As soon as the brutal and twisted murder case was solved, it caused a huge uproar in society, immediately making headlines. Famous author Sun So-and-so revealed as a psychotic serial killer. Author killed people for inspiration. Twisted serial killer case comes to an end. Sun So-and-so's horror stories turn out to be true. When I got home, I first helped the ghost cross over, then took a well-deserved nap. When I woke up, it was already evening. The aura of accumulated merit around me had grown much stronger. However, this body of mine was still too weak. I needed to focus on cultivation. I set up a spirit gathering array on the terrace using stones, sat in the middle, and began my meditation. After a night of cultivation, I expelled the impurities from my body, feeling as light as a feather. My spiritual energy had also greatly improved. In the days that followed, I lived quite comfortably. Aside from eating, I spent both day and night cultivating on the terrace. During breaks, I would watch some shows. After a month of this, my spiritual power had increased significantly. I could easily handle a ghost or a monster now. One evening, in a cheerful mood, I left my apartment complex and headed straight for the street food market. I was planning to eat to my heart's content. When I arrived, I was happily munching on skewers of meat when a man dressed in a frog mascot costume, holding a bunch of small toy frogs, sat down on the steps across from me. From his height, he seemed to be a man. I looked at him, curious. I sighed inwardly. Where did this unlucky fellow come from? The bad luck surrounding him was so strong, I could see it from far away. Well, time for a good deed. Since I noticed it, I might as well lend a hand. I walked over and sat next to him, pulled out a piece of paper from my small satchel, and unfolded it in front of him. Fortune telling, 500 yuan. If I'm wrong, it's free. The man looked at me, surprised, and scoffed. No thanks. You're surrounded by bad luck, I said calmly. In the past few days, you must have had disaster after disaster. If you let it continue, it might even cost you your life. If you really don't want to know, then I'll be on my way. With that, I began to get up and leave. My words seemed to shake him to his core. He hugged his frog mascot head and stared at me, looking as if he'd just seen a ghost. How do you know that? The man's name was Ding Yuan, a college student who worked part-time jobs whenever he didn't have classes to earn some extra money. But lately, for some reason, his life had taken a sharp downturn. He had close calls with death several times in the past few days. This once cheerful, handsome young man now had sunken eyes and looked utterly exhausted. Ding Yuan thought to himself, maybe I should let him tell my fortune. So he removed his frog headpiece, revealing a handsome face. Alright, I'll do it. Let's see what you've got. I sat back down. First, the payment. 500 yuan. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone to scan the QR code. Once I received the money, I asked, alright, tell me what's been happening recently. That day, we all had quite a bit to drink. He began. The boss called for a designated driver, and he even dropped me off. On the way, my boss asked me a lot of questions. How old I am this year, when I was born, stuff like that. Now that I think about it, everything seems to have gone downhill after that gathering. That's when everything started going downhill for me. It felt like every bit of bad luck possible hit me. At first, it was just small stuff, like getting bitten by a dog, or my work orders falling through for all sorts of reasons. I thought it was just a streak of bad luck. So I took a few days off to rest. It had also been a few days since I'd seen Liao Chen, so I decided to visit him at his house. When I arrived, I found out that Liao Chen was sick, really sick. He was lying in bed, so thin he was unrecognizable. His bones were practically poking through his skin. His parents were crying and told me they had no idea what was wrong. When the hospital called them, he was already unconscious, lying in a hospital bed. By the time they found him, he was in a coma. Ding Yuan paused for a moment, then continued. After spending a week in the emergency room, the doctors couldn't find anything wrong, so we brought him home to rest. His mom was telling me all this, when suddenly she stopped and stared at me for a moment. She asked me for my birth date and time. Then she asked if I'd be willing to help Liao Chen. Of course, I said yes. So I asked how I could help. She told me I had strong yang energy. She wanted me to spend the night with Liao Chen, so he could absorb some of my yang energy. Naturally, I agreed. I wanted to help. Besides, it was just sleeping, right? Nothing too weird about that. So I readily agreed. That night, I slept in the same bed as Liao Chen. His mom tied a red string to both of our wrists, saying it would transfer my yang energy to him. She said it might even cure him. I remember that night being incredibly cold, especially the arm tied with the red string. It was so cold it went numb. It was the middle of the night, but I didn't want to bother anyone for an extra blanket, so I just toughed it out until morning. The next day, Liao Chen's mom, grateful for my help, made a huge feast of delicious food. She made sure I ate my fill before I left. A few days later, Liao Chen actually recovered miraculously. But I'd already been having a string of bad luck around that time. And ever since Liao Chen got better, my luck has gotten even worse. Ding Yuan hugged the frog mascot head tighter, his face full of fear. Swallowing nervously, he continued. Yesterday, I was just walking down the street, minding my own business, when a car came barreling straight towards me. Thankfully, I dodged it in time, or I'd be dead by now. The more Ding Yuan spoke, the more terrified he became. It's like something won't give up until I'm dead. Master, please help me figure this out. What's going on? Did I accidentally provoke something unclean? I glanced at the two dark auras swirling around him. I sighed. Poor unlucky guy. You've been used. Someone has borrowed your luck. Originally, you had good fortune, but first, your boss at the real estate agency stole some of it. Then, when you helped your sick friend Liao Chen, you absorbed his illness and misfortune. It's often said not to meddle in other people's karma. When you help someone overcome a disaster, you end up taking on their calamity yourself. The fact that you're still alive is a miracle. Ding Yuan, confused, asked, borrowed luck? What does that mean? I explained. A person's luck isn't static. It can change for better or worse. Some people have great luck and succeed in everything they do. And then there are people with bad luck. where nothing they do seems to succeed. Some of these unlucky people look for ways to change their fortunes. They try to borrow luck. That's where the idea of borrowing luck comes in. Ding Yuan asked, "Is there a way to get my luck back?" "Yes," I replied. I extended my index finger and drew a talisman on his forehead. Channeling spiritual energy into his body, Ding Yuan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of foul black substance. "It's done." That was the impurity. "Now that it's out, you'll be fine. Your luck will gradually start improving." I handed him a peace talisman and said, "This is a peace talisman. It won't burn or get wet. Keep it with you at all times. It'll help you recover your luck. And don't go back to that real estate company. Your boss isn't a good person. He'll face the consequences later. Your friend will also have to deal with his own karma. Don't get involved again." "Thank you, master. I've already quit that job, so I won't be going back anyway." Ding Yuan quickly agreed, feeling much lighter after vomiting out the impurity. "No need to thank me. The peace talisman is 500 yuan. Ding Yuan blinked. "Oh, I'll transfer it to you right now." Realizing he hadn't paid yet, he quickly transferred the money to me. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Master, does falling into a coma for no apparent reason mean someone's luck has been stolen?" "Not necessarily," I replied. "It depends, each case is different. I'd have to meet the person to know for sure." "Why? Is someone you know in a coma?" Ding Yuan hesitated for a moment, then pulled up a photo on his phone and showed it to me. "It's my classmate. He suddenly fell into a coma for no reason. Is there something wrong with him too?" I glanced over. There was a young man lying in the hospital bed, surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. "You guessed right. His condition is definitely problematic," I said, "and it's much worse than yours." Ding Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Worse than mine?" "Yes." I paused for a moment. I continued, "Do you know if anything unusual has happened to him recently? Has he been anywhere special or come into contact with anyone or anything strange?" Ding Yuan thought hard. "I don't recall anything out of the ordinary," he replied. "If anything had happened, he definitely would have told me." Ding Yuan said, "I just can't think of anything unusual. He suddenly got sick. It was strange. One moment, he was talking to me, and the next, he collapsed and fell into a coma. It was really scary." I frowned and asked, "Would it be possible for me to take a look at your dormitory?" "I won't go inside. Just start a video call and show me around. That'll do." "Sure," Ding Yuan replied. "I'll head back to the dorm now." Ding Yuan took off the mascot costume, stuffed the protective talisman into his pocket, patted it twice for reassurance, and started gathering his things to head back. "Have you ever wondered," I asked, "why every time you face danger, you always come out unscathed? Do you know why?" Ding Yuan looked puzzled. "Why? Is it because I have a strong fate? Killing me would be more troublesome?" I shook my head. "Of course not. Someone's been protecting you." "Protecting me? Who is it?" "Well, I need to thank them, then." I smiled mysteriously. "I'll tell you later," I said. "For now, let's focus on the dormitory." "Alright," Ding Yuan replied, heading off. After he left, I glanced at the elderly woman with white hair standing behind him. Smiling gently, I said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine. Come with me." The old lady smiled and nodded at me. Ding Yuan's dormitory was relatively clean. At this moment, there was no one in the dorm. Ding Yuan took out his phone and made a video call to Suran. "They've all gone back. None of them are here. I guess they've gone to meet their girlfriends." As he spoke, he wandered around the dorm. I looked around Ding Yuan's dormitory. My gaze settled on a particular bed. My brows furrowed tightly. There was a strong, ominous energy around that bed. There were also traces of used talismans. I frowned and asked, "Whose bed is the one in front?" "It's my good buddy Zunan's," he said. "The one I told you about, who suddenly fell ill." "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" Seeing my expression, Ding Yuan's face turned serious. He hurriedly stepped back a few paces. "No way! Master," he stammered. "Is Zhunan really in trouble?" I nodded gravely. Ding Yuan panicked. His voice even carried a sobbing tone. "Please, no! Master," he pleaded. "Zhunan is my closest brother. You have to save him." I said, "Don't rush. Tell me everything you know." Zhunan and I were born on the same day, in the same year. And we've been neighbors ever since. We're incredibly close. About a week ago, we went to the cafeteria to eat together. He had just taken a bite and suddenly collapsed onto the table. I was so scared. I thought the food was poisoned. I rushed him to the hospital. But ever since that day, he hasn't woken up. The doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. Before this, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. These past few days, I've been thinking, did Zhunan and I unknowingly provoke something unclean? Could that be the reason? Look at me. I've had the worst luck imaginable these past few days. And then he suddenly fell into a coma. This whole situation is just too bizarre. Master, do you think I'm right? I nodded. His condition is indeed suspicious. To be precise, this isn't an illness. It's not a disease. Ding Yuan slumped onto the bed, his expression desperate. Master, he begged. What do I need to do to save him? Just tell me. I'll do whatever it takes. If I can't do it, his parents definitely can. I said. His case is rather unique. I need to see him in person. That's easy, Ding Yuan replied. I'll take you there right now. I glanced at the time. It was 8:40 in the evening. Isn't it too late to go now? I asked. No, it's fine. Zhunan is in the hospital. It's open 24 hours. Alright, I agreed. Come pick me up then. Ding Yuan rode his little electric scooter with me on the back. We sped through the night towards the hospital where Zhunan was staying. With my protective charm, Ding Yuan felt much more at ease. It took us about 20 minutes to reach the city's central hospital. The inpatient ward was eerily quiet, barely any noise at all. Zhunan was in a private room. Upon hearing us arrive, I quickly wiped her tears away. When she turned around and saw Ding Yuan and a young woman with him, she assumed I was one of her son's classmates. Neither of his parents thought much about it. Zhu Guangyuan, Zhunan's father, looked utterly exhausted. "Zn," he said, "why are you here so late? Is this one of your classmates?" he asked, gesturing toward me. Ding Yuan quickly introduced us. "Zhu Dad," he started. "This is Master Su," Ding Yuan said. "She's really incredible. With just one look, she could tell something was wrong with Zhunan's condition. I brought her here to take a look." Zhunan's parents looked at me, seeing just a young woman. They thought this was all just nonsense. Zhu Guangyuan sighed. "Zn, I know you care about Nan, and I appreciate your concern, but it's late and it's not safe. Just take a look at Nan and head home soon, okay?" Just then, an old man walked in behind us. "Master Su," he exclaimed, "what brings you here?" He was both surprised and overjoyed when he saw me. I smiled and greeted him. "Sir, we meet again." "Wonderful," he exclaimed. "Master Su, I finally found you. I've been searching all over the city these past 2 days, and I couldn't find you anywhere. I was so worried." The old man turned to his son, seeing him still standing there, and dissatisfied said, "This is the Master Su I told you about. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and greet Master Su." Zhu Guangyuan studied me. He recalled how his father once mentioned that he had met an extraordinary master while eating buns, someone almost like a sage. He had said this master's predictions were incredibly accurate. At the time, even Zhu Guangyuan was impressed. But after his son fell ill, his father started searching the city for this so-called sage, saying they could save the child. Now, unexpectedly, the sage before him turned out to be this delicate-looking young girl. I gently tugged at Zhu Guangyuan's sleeve, and with his father's sharp gaze pressing on him, He awkwardly greeted me. "Hello, Master Su." The old man was so anxious that his lips were cracking from stress. He never imagined that Master Su would show up on her own. "Master," he exclaimed urgently, "please take a look. Is my grandson possessed by an evil spirit?" Zudehi hurriedly pushed his son aside, guiding me to the bedside. I only needed one glance at Zunan to understand the situation completely. He had been the victim of a life-stealing ritual. What? Life-stealing? Their eyes widened, and they all gasped in shock. I nodded. Some people, to avoid death, will resort to cruel and malicious sorcery. They steal the life of another to extend their own. This is called life borrowing. Zudehi was both furious and horrified. Which heartless scoundrel did this? My precious grandson. How dare they steal his life? I'll fight them to the death. What I said nearly broke Wang Mei's heart. She looked at me, tears brimming in her eyes. Master, my son is all I have. Please, I beg you, save him. She was desperate, her pleas filled with sorrow. Zhu Guanyuan wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, gently patting her to soothe her. He also tried to calm his enraged father. Don't be in such a rush. Let's hear what the master has to say. I addressed the old man. Sir, the protective talisman I gave you, your grandson kept it with him, didn't he? Yes, Zhu Dehi confirmed. He kept it with him, always. He reached into his grandson's pocket, only to pull out a handful of ash. He searched again, refusing to believe it, but all he found was more ash. How could this happen? Why is there only ash? At first, he didn't want to carry it, but I told him I'd cut off his allowance, so he finally agreed to keep it on him. I explained. The talisman, once used, turns into ashes. After he was targeted by the life-stealing ritual, he should have died instantly, but the talisman shielded him from that fate, which is why he's only in a coma now. Master, Wang Mei's voice trembled. Can you wake my son up? Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. Wang Emi, I gazed at her son on the bed, heartbroken. I nodded and said, it can be done. I raised my hand, casting a talisman. The talisman flew above Zunan and suddenly expanded to the size of a real person, emitting a golden light. It swiftly merged into Zunan's body. Ding Yuan was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Zunan on the bed. Zhu Guangyuan and Wang Mei's minds had seemingly frozen, staring in utter astonishment at their son. Zhu Dehi was doing slightly better, but even he was having trouble standing steady on his legs. On the bed, Zunan moved. He opened his eyes and found a group of people staring straight at him. Startled, he shuddered and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's creepy." Wang Emi I snapped out of it, rushing towards her son, but Zhu Dehi got there first. My precious grandson, you're finally awake. You almost scared your grandpa to death. After waiting for their emotions to calm down, I continued. Life borrowing is a vicious forbiddance technique. To resolve it completely, we must find the one behind it. Only then can the spell be broken. I paused for a moment and asked, has anyone in your family died unexpectedly every few years? Zhu Da's eyes widened. Now that you mention it, yes, that's true. He exclaimed in shock. Master, you can even predict something like this. Incredible. Zhu Dehi continued. There were 3 brothers in my family, and I'm the youngest. My eldest brother, Zhu Dashan, had 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest son fell off a roof while repairing it and died. A few years later, his second son, still young, suddenly died of a heart attack. My second brother, Zhu Dachuan, had 1 son and 1 daughter. A few years ago, his son was in a bus accident and the bus overturned. At that time, no one else on the bus was harmed. He was the only one who died. Everyone thought it was strange. The 3 Zhu brothers discussed it together and suspected there might be an issue with the ancestral grave. So they hired a feng shui master who helped them select a new auspicious location for the ancestral tomb. They relocated the grave. The feng shui of each family's residence was also thoroughly inspected, ensuring that both the yin and yang aspects of the homes were balanced. Once everything seemed in order, they felt relieved. For the next 2 years, everything was peaceful. Everyone thought the problem had been resolved, until my grandson fell ill again. Recalling what I had said earlier, Zhu Guangyuan hesitantly asked, could it be that they were all victims of life borrowing? I nodded and said, remove could from that sentence. Were asterisk victims of life borrowing. Wang Mei was shaken by my words, clutching her son's hand tightly. Is it really that serious? She asked anxiously. What about my son? Will something happen to him? Hearing this, I replied, don't worry, he won't die. I then asked, is there anyone in your family who is very old? It has to be a direct blood relative. Everyone looked puzzled, but they still thought carefully. Zhu Dehi thought for a long time and said, I have an elderly cousin. He's the oldest 90 years old. I shook my head. No, it's not him. The person should be over 100 years old. Think harder. Zhu Dehi racked his brain, but couldn't think of anyone in the family that old. Frustrated, he called his eldest brother and explained the situation. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Laodis suddenly remembered someone. Little brother, we have an elder aunt in the family who's quite old, don't we? She must be over 100 years old. Zhu Guangyuan said. Zhu Dehi still looked puzzled. Zhu Laodis added, it's Da Feng's mother. Think about it. Isn't she dead? Zhu Dehi asked, confused. No, she's not. Someone saw her come back just recently. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Dehi looked at me. The call was on speaker, so I had heard everything. I nodded. That must be her. Can you find her? I asked. Zhu Dehi frowned. I don't know where she is. But I saw Da Feng a long time ago, and I know he has a younger son. Maybe we can get in touch with him. Hearing this, I nodded in agreement. Alright, let's contact him. Zhu Guangyuan suggested. Then we'll go back home tomorrow to check it out. Since someone saw her return to the village, she might be at the old house. After some effort, Zhu Dehi managed to contact Da Feng's younger son, Zhu Gui. Since it was their family's ancestral home, it wouldn't be right to go without him. So they arranged to visit the old house together. After leaving, I bought some yellow paper and cinnabar and spent the night drawing a number of talismans. The life-borrowing ritual on Zhu Nan hadn't succeeded, but the person behind it wouldn't just give up. They might target someone else, or come up with another plan. So we had to find the spellcaster as soon as possible. A confrontation was likely, so I drew extra talismans to prepare. The next morning, Zhu Guangyuan drove to pick up Da Feng's younger son, Zhu Gui, and the four of us set off for their hometown without delay. Zhu Da's ancestral village, Zuijia village, was in a neighboring city, not far from Jinjiang City. It took about an hour or so to drive to the village. I took out 3 protective talismans, folded them into triangles, and handed them to each of them in turn, instructing them to keep the talismans close to their bodies. Thank you, Master Su, Zhu Dehi said, treating the talisman like a precious treasure, carefully placing it in the hidden pocket of his jacket. Zhu Guangyuan also took it seriously, storing his talisman in the zippered pocket of his pants. Zhu Gui, however, had never met me before, and despite the old man's introduction of me as a powerful master, he still held some doubt in his heart. So he didn't take it too seriously, casually stuffing the talisman into his phone case. After a long pause, Zhu Gui began to tell an unknown story from the past. It all started decades ago. One night, Zhu Gui's father, Da Feng, was thirsty. He got up to get some water. But when he opened the door, he saw his mother kneeling in front of his bedroom, bowing her head to the ground. Even though Da Feng didn't know much, he understood that when elders bow to the younger generation, it shortens the younger one's life. He immediately got into a heated argument with his mother. After that, she never bowed to them again. Da Feng thought the matter had ended there. But 6 months later, his 7-year-old son was playing on a haystack when it collapsed. suffocating the child beneath it. Da Feng and his wife were heartbroken. But then they noticed something strange. His mother's once gray hair had suddenly turned black, and the wrinkles on her face had disappeared. She looked as though she had suddenly aged backward by more than 10 years. Da Feng found this odd, and during another argument with his mother, he noticed that she was wearing a black jade pendant around her neck, with what appeared to be words engraved on it. Da Feng yanked the jade pendant from his mother, and when he saw it clearly, he was stunned. Engraved on it were his son's birth date and 8-character astrological dater. It felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. He confronted his mother, asking if his son's death had anything to do with her. But his mother went mad, snatching the pendant back and cursing at him. Da Feng would never forget what she said. "So what if it's true? I gave birth to you. Your lives are mine to give. And now I'm just taking them back. What's wrong with that?" Da Feng and his wife cried through the entire night. Afterward, they moved away to another city, cutting off all contact with his mother. A few years later, they had another son, Zhu Gui, born late in their lives. When Zhu Gui was 4, Da Feng died in an accident. When Zhu Gui turned 20, his mother was diagnosed with cancer. Perhaps his grandmother didn't know about Zhu Gui's existence, which is why he had lived peacefully until now. Zhu Gui let out a long sigh. "My mother told me all of this on her deathbed. She always believed my father's death and her illness were linked to my grandmother. She made me promise, no matter what, never to return to the village and to avoid contact with anyone from the village. I've always found it hard to believe in things like life borrowing, so I gradually forgot about it over the years. I've never gone back to the village since then, and I don't know what's happened there. But when you came to find me yesterday, it all came rushing back." Sigh asterisk. Let's hope I'm just overthinking things. Zhu Daihe, furious, started cursing, waving his hands angrily as he spoke. "If only I could strangle that old woman with my own hands. What kind of mother does this? Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. And she dared to steal life from her own grandson. She's worse than a beast. After harming her own family, now she's off to harm others. Why hasn't heaven struck her down with lightning?" A sharp glint flickered in my eyes, but my voice remained calm. "It's all right," I said. "If the heavens won't take her, I will." Zhu Guangyuan was equally outraged, but since he was driving, he couldn't move too much, so he joined his father in cursing. Zhu Gui, however, was deeply ashamed. After all, that woman was still his grandmother. To know she had done such things, he felt too embarrassed to face anyone. I noticed his discomfort and said, "The one responsible for this has a name. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." After Zhu Daihe finished venting, he consoled Zhu Gui. "Don't feel bad, nephew. Just think of it as if you never had such a relative. You don't need to feel guilty for the evil things she did. You're a victim too." Our long drive, though not too far nor too long, passed quickly. Soon we arrived at the entrance of Zhuijia village. The roads in the village were narrow, and as we approached Zhu Gui's old family house, I could distinctly sense a dark, oppressive energy standing at the doorstep of the old house. I could feel an overwhelming aura of malice surrounding the place. I squinted, a cold gleam flashing in my eyes. There's something evil inside this house. Zhu Laoda and Zhu Laoer, knowing their younger brother was coming, had gathered people and were waiting at the entrance. The matter of life borrowing was no small issue, so they dared not be careless. As soon as they saw Zhu Daihe, they hurried to greet him. "Little brother's here. Where's the master you invited?" Zhu Laoda glanced at the group, mistakenly thinking Zhu Gui was the master. He hurried forward to shake his hand, but Zhu Daihe stopped him. Pointing at me, he said, "You're mistaken. This is Da Feng's younger son, Zhu Gui. This here is Master Su." Zhu Laoda and Zhu Laoer were both stunned, looking me up and down, their faces full of disbelief. "Little brother, I knew you weren't reliable, Zhu Laoer scoffed. Good thing I had the foresight and invited a Taoist priest. Otherwise, today's matter would have been a disaster. Zhu Dehi clicked his tongue. Elder brother, you can't be disrespectful to the master. Age doesn't determine ability. Don't underestimate Master Su. He's truly remarkable. Only then did I notice. Standing behind them was a man in Taoist robes. He looked about 30 years old, with his hair tied in a Taoist knot, and a peachwood sword strapped to his back. There was a faint aura of Taoist energy and a glow of virtue around him. He probably had some skill, but not much. The young Taoist priest was also sizing me up. He sensed the spiritual energy emanating from me. Surprised that someone as young as I could possess such strong energy, he nodded, acknowledging the strength. In just a few exchanged glances, we both assessed each other's abilities, recognizing that we were of the same kind. The young priest introduced himself first. I'm Mao Xiaofan, a Taoist invited by Mr. Zhu to deal with the yin malice here. I nodded in response, just about to speak, when Zhu Dehi eagerly introduced me. This is Master Su, whom I specially invited to dispel the malice surrounding my grandson. At that moment, Zhu Laoda spoke up again. Since both masters are here, Zhu Laoda suggested, why don't we work together? More people, more strength. We'll pay both of you, he added. Everyone moved inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, but there were signs that someone had been coming and going. Mao Xiaofan also sensed the ominous yin energy, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Just as Zhu Gui reached to open the main house door, the door suddenly swung open by itself. A cold, eerie wind arose from nowhere, sweeping through the group. The violent gust, full of sand and dust, made it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. Unaffected, I stared directly at the house. I saw a shadow dart out from inside, its hand reaching straight for Zhu Gui's heart. Mao Xiaofan reacted quickly, yanking Zhu Gui behind him and drawing his peachwood sword to strike at the shadow. The next second, a piercing, shrill scream filled the air. The shadow, hurt, retreated repeatedly. As the shadow stopped moving, the eerie wind also subsided. Now that the shadow was clearer, everyone stared in shock. What? Zhu Gui was so frightened he nearly collapsed. What the hell is that? He stammered. Mao Xiaofan, seeing the shadow's face, couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the same time, Zhu Guangyuan, terrified, pulled the older men back several steps. Is that a person or a ghost? In front of us stood a massive monkey, its face marked with red and blue stripes, and a tuft of orange-yellow hair under its chin, like a goat's beard. At that moment, it was clutching its injured arm, squealing in pain. I calmly explained, that's a Shanzi a creature that feeds on rotting corpses and absorbs the resentment and spirits of the dead to grow. It's an extremely evil entity. Shangshao are vicious, violent, and incredibly fast. Everyone be careful, I warned. Don't let it catch or bite you. It's highly poisonous. Hearing this, the three old men swiftly retreated to the doorway, peeking through the doorframe, watching from a safer distance. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged behind the Shangshao. An old woman, her hair white but her face youthful. The yin energy around her was even stronger than the Shanzi single quotes S asterisk, and she was staring at us with venomous eyes. Zhu Gui, in disbelief, stared at her. Is this really my grandmother I've never met? By age, she should be 103 years old. Yet her face had fewer wrinkles than his. She looked younger than him. I'm Zhu Gui, he said. Zhu Dafeng was my father, so he left behind this little brat after all, she sneered. What a pity. If I had known about you, I wouldn't have bothered with anyone else. The old woman let out a sinister laugh. Raising her hand, she released a cloud of black energy toward the Shangshao. The Shanzi greedily inhaled the black mist, and its wounded arm began to heal rapidly. becoming whole again in no time. Whoa, what the? Zhu Gui blurted out, stunned. Mao Xiaofan, gripping his peachwood sword, trembled slightly, muttering under his breath, "Oh master, this time you've really screwed me over. You said it was just a small matter, but this is clearly a life-threatening disaster. We're doomed. The Taoist is going to meet his end here today." Unfazed, I stepped forward and stood beside Mao Xiaofan. He glanced at me, swallowing hard. Then, summoning his courage, said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be afraid. If we join forces, we can definitely take this thing down." The Shanzi asterisk, now fully healed, had its eyes turn blood red. With a sudden leap, it moved at incredible speed, heading straight for Mao Xiaofan's face, ready to bite. Mao Xiaofan quickly raised his sword to block, but his peachwood sword flew out of his hand. The Shanzi asterisk swiped at his arm with a claw. The moment it made contact with Mao Xiaofan, the golden glow around him sizzled and burned the Shangxiao's asterisk paw, releasing a burnt smell. The pain made the Shanzi asterisk even more furious. Its fangs bared as it lunged to bite Mao Xiaofan. "Ancestor, save me!" Mao Xiaofan screamed as the massive monkey face grew closer. So terrified, he fell backward onto the ground, crying out in panic. Seeing this, I raised my right hand. A glowing golden talisman floated from my palm. With a slight motion, the yellow talisman shot forward, hitting the Shangxiao squarely on its crown. Asterisk. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The Shanzi asterisk didn't even have time to scream, and collapsed like a pile of rotten mud onto the floor. Mao Xiaofan, utterly stunned, looked like he could fit an egg in his open mouth. "This level of power is like crushing 100 of me," he thought. He looked at the dead Shanzi asterisk on the ground, then back at me. Scrambling to his feet, he grabbed his peachwood sword and quickly stood behind me. Su Taoist friend, I'm here to assist you." At that moment, the old woman inside the house, glaring coldly at me as she looked at her dead Shangxiao, let out an intense wave of hatred. "You killed my Ziliu. I'll make sure you all pay with your lives." Mao Xiaofan, feeling her gaze, shivered and took a step back. "This is bad," he muttered. Her resentment is surging. She's about to explode in anger. As if on cue with Mao Xiaofan's words, the air grew tense. The enraged old woman ripped the door off its hinges and hurled it at me. Her figure followed swiftly behind, charging towards me with explosive speed. She was cunning, knowing I wouldn't be easy to deal with. As she got close, she suddenly veered off, rushing straight at Mao Xiaofan instead. Reaching out to grab his neck, Mao Xiaofan screamed, "Why me again?" In panic, he cast a talisman, but it had little effect. The old woman brushed it off like an itch, unfazed. And in a flash, she was right in front of Mao Xiaofan, her right hand tightly gripping his throat. Her nails suddenly grew, extending several centimeters, digging deeply into Mao Xiaofan's flesh. Her fingers clenched, ready to twist his neck. Just as it seemed Mao Xiaofan's life was about to end, I struck the old woman in the back with my palm. She instantly spat out a mouthful of black blood, which splattered all over Mao Xiaofan's face. Her grip loosened, and she stumbled back a few steps, the dark energy around her dissipating significantly. Mao Xiaofan quickly wiped his face and scurried behind me for cover. The old woman seemed oblivious to the pain, clasping her hands together, muttering a fervent prayer. "Honorable Lord of the Black Yin, please grant me your strength to destroy these despicable people." A faint sigh echoed from inside the house as an endless stream of black energy poured out, enveloping both the old woman and the Shangxiao. The dark energy began to heal their wounds, rapidly restoring them. In just the blink of an eye, the Shanzi asterisk was revived once again, and the old woman's injuries vanished completely. The old woman's figure seemed to grow taller and more imposing. She let out a sinister laugh and viciously lunged at me. Meanwhile, the Shangxiao turned its attention toward the group at the doorway. its body moving before it even reached them, and the wooden door shattered from the dark energy emanating from it. Zhu Guangyuan, at the front, suddenly felt everything go black before his eyes, as a wave of malice reached for his lower body. Suddenly, a flash of golden light burst out, hurling the Shanzi backward. Zhu Guangyuan, pale with terror, was trembling so much his teeth were chattering. He couldn't even speak. Zhu Deihe, clutching the talisman on his chest, sighed with relief. Thank goodness! We have the master's talismans. That scared the life out of me. At this moment, Zhu Gui, who had witnessed everything, was just as pale. He looked as though his soul had nearly left his body, frozen in place, unable to move. But suddenly, as if he remembered something, he quickly pulled out his phone, holding it in front of him like a shield, muttering to himself, "Master, please protect me." Zhu Laode and Zhu Laoer, both in their 70s, were realizing how precious their lives were today, as death had never felt so close. A single misstep and they could be gone. Zhu Laoder, trembling, barely managed to speak. Little brother, that talisman you have, do you have another? Give one to your big brother. Zhu Deihe shook his head. No more. The master only gave each of us one. Big brother, second brother. Don't worry, just stay behind us. Looking at the Shanzi rising once more in the distance, Zhu Laode and Zhu Laoer shivered, frightened out of their wits, and hurriedly ducked behind Zhu Deihe and Zhu Guangyuan. The Shanzi, its face now a bloody mess from the talisman's attack, shook its head, dazed and confused, before it lunged at the group by the door once more. Zhu Gui clutched his phone, trembling with fear. He cautiously peeked out to check the situation, only to see the terrifying face of the Shangshao right in front of him. He screamed in fright, quickly holding his phone up in front of him like a shield. Before the Shangshao's claws could even touch the phone, it let out a howl and was sent flying backward again. Mao Xiaofan, who was about to rush over to help, stopped in his tracks wide-eyed as he watched the Shanzi get knocked back by Zhu Gui's phone. He jogged over to Zhu Gui, stunned. Dude, where did you buy that phone? Is it expensive? I think I want one too. Still in shock, Zhu Gui looked at him, his hair disheveled, face smudged with black and white dirt, and a foul smell lingering around him. Aren't you a Taoist? Zhu Gui asked, exasperated. Aren't you supposed to be at the front, fighting? Why are you over here? Without hesitation, Mao Xiaofan replied, I'm scared. Meanwhile, I saw the old woman charging at me, and swiftly sent a talisman her way, knocking her back. I followed up with another talisman, sending it towards the Shangshao just as it was getting up again. After a moment, both the old woman and the Shanzi got back on their feet, like indestructible cockroaches. I was a bit surprised. Oh, you can revive again, huh? Let's see which is faster, your revival or my talismans. I grew serious, muttering an incantation under my breath. As I chanted, my spiritual energy surged around me. My hands moved in complex gestures, rapidly forming seals, and a network of talismans danced in the air, spinning like a heavenly net. They enclosed both the old woman and the Shanzi firmly within. As I continued reciting the incantation, the golden light emitted from the talismans grew brighter and brighter. The scene before us was so overwhelming that the few people peeking from the doorway were left utterly stunned. They stood there wide-eyed, like statues made of wood and clay, frozen in place. Mao Xiaofan's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape in a perfect O. He was thoroughly impressed, muttering, Good heavens! By my ancestor, this guy seems even stronger than you, master. At that moment, the black energy surrounding the old woman and the Shangshao disappeared instantly the moment the talismans appeared. They were struck by the golden light, leaving their bodies covered in wounds, screaming in agony, Spare us! Master, have mercy! I stared coldly at them. For your selfish desires, You've harmed innocent lives. This is unforgivable in the eyes of the heavens. Justice must be done. Perish. As my words fell, the talismans, like a heavenly net, tightened sharply, exploding with a thunderous crack. When the dust settled, all that remained were 2 puddles of black blood on the ground. The old woman and the Shangshao had been utterly obliterated, their souls scattered. Meanwhile, in a distant mansion's underground chamber, a figure dressed in black spat out a mouthful of black blood. His venomous eyes flickered with a hint of red light. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and muttered darkly, "Useless!" I clapped my hands, turning to the stunned group. "All right," I said, "it's done. Let's go inside and take a look." The group, still clutching the door frame, hadn't yet shaken off their shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at me. Is this even a person? This must be a god with limitless power. Seeing me motion to them, the group instinctively forced a smile, but their legs refused to move. I shook my head and walked into the house by myself. Inside, the room was nearly empty, filled only with cobwebs and dust. There was no furniture, except for a clean table against the wall. On the table stood a black object, carved in the shape of a bird. Now that the old woman and the Shangshao were dead, the wooden carving had suffered a backlash. Its surface was covered in cracks. In front of the carving was a container. Inside was a pool of black blood, soaking a piece of jade pendant gleaming green. Next to it were several small boxes. I opened each one in turn. Almost all of them were the same, containing red cloths and yin-yang pendants. Some of the red cloths held not just jade pendants, but also strands of hair and fingernails. The yin-yang pendants were all dull and gray, except for one pair, which was still bright green and glossy. It must have been intended for Zunan. As Zhu Deihe and the others finally entered, they saw the items on the table, and their faces twisted in anger. "My poor son," Zhu Deihe cried. "That damn old woman, she really killed my child." Zhu Lauder, looking at the evidence, was overcome with rage and sorrow. He let out a wail and fainted on the spot. Zhu Guanyuan and Mao Xiaofan rushed to catch him. I sighed softly. This is why so many in your family have died unexpectedly. At that moment, Zhu Gui looked at the black jade pendants, consumed with guilt. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry, everyone. If I had told you about this sooner, maybe fewer people would have died." As Zhu Gui spoke, he began slapping himself in frustration. Zhu Deihe quickly stopped him, patting him on the shoulder and sighing deeply. Everyone's upset looking at all this. At that moment, I spoke up. "This is a sinister life-stealing technique called the asterisk yin-yang pendant ritual asterisk. It's an evil spell that steals the lifespan of younger blood relatives to extend the caster's own life. Because it's so malevolent and goes against the will of the heavens, it has been banned as a forbidden art. But there are always those who can't overcome their desires, using it in secret to harm others for their own survival." Mao Xiaofan, hearing this for the first time, asked in confusion, "What exactly is the asterisk yin-yang pendant life-stealing ritual asterisk?" I explained. The asterisk yin-yang pendant ritual asterisk involves splitting a circular jade pendant into 2 parts, one representing yin and the other representing yang. One half is placed in the blood of the person casting the spell, where it is nurtured for 49 days. Once the jade turns blood red, it is engraved with the birth date and time of the victim, and wrapped together with their personal belongings in a red cloth, combined with specific incantations. The ritual can then be completed to steal their life. As for the other half, the piece that wasn't soaked in blood, it is carried by the spellcaster. This life-stealing only grants a few years at a time, more if the victim's personal items are included. When the pendant the caster carries loses its luster, they must find another victim to continue the ritual. Your family's old woman must have been practicing a version of this dark art, but I don't know the specifics yet. Zhu Deihe cursed angrily. Who's the bastard that invented such a monstrous spell? Zhu Lauda had woken up by now. And hearing this, he joined in. Damn it! What kind of heartless person could come up with such an evil ritual? At that moment, Zhu Laoda was crying uncontrollably, thinking about his child, who had been cruelly murdered, all for the sake of gaining a few extra years of life. It was heartless killing one's own relatives. Now that the spellcaster was dead, the curse was naturally broken, but those who had died could never be brought back. Just to be sure, Mao Xiaofan performed a ritual to burn the wooden bird carving and the jade pendants. That night, everyone stayed at Zhu Laoda's house. With deep respect, Zhu Laoda said to me, Master Su, you've done our Zhu family a great favor. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more in our family would have been harmed. Your immense kindness and grace toward the Zhu family, we can never repay. Zhu Lao nodded continuously. Yes, exactly right. From now on, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Little brother will take care of it. Little brother, he added, pay the man. He motioned towards Zhu Dehi with a nod of his head. Zhu Dehi glanced at his second brother, feeling like they weren't even related by blood, but accepted his fate and pulled out his phone to make the transfer. Asterisk. I glanced at my phone and smiled with satisfaction. 10,000 yuan had just been transferred to my account. The next day, Zhu Nan's health checks all came back clear, and he was discharged from the hospital. Ding Yuan had already told him everything that happened, including the part where I saved his life at the hospital. That boy made it sound like something out of a legend. To thank me, he and Ding Yuan invited me to a restaurant for dinner. You don't have to be so formal, I said. I won't turn down the meal, but I'll make it worth your while. Ding Yuan, I continued. Though you were plagued by bad luck before, you always came out unharmed. Do you know why that is? Ding Yuan recalled what I had mentioned earlier. Right, he exclaimed. You said someone was protecting me. Who is it? He asked eagerly. I should really thank him properly. It's your grandmother, I said seriously. Ding Yuan couldn't believe it. My grandmother? Impossible. She passed away 2 years ago. Zhu Nan also found it hard to believe. Exactly. Our whole family attended the funeral. How could this be possible? I sighed and said, after your grandmother passed away, she couldn't stop worrying about you. She missed her chance to reincarnate. Since then, she's been staying by your side, watching over you. A week ago, she had a good opportunity to reincarnate, but she gave it up to save you. Every time you're in danger, she throws herself at you, trying to protect you. But humans and spirits walk different paths. She can't touch you or help you in any way. However, due to the karma of the world, your grandmother must have saved many people in her lifetime. She accumulated great virtue. The golden light of merit that surrounds her not only protects her, but also shields you as well. That's why you've been able to escape danger time after time. My words left the two of them stunned. Grandmother. Ding Yuan couldn't hold back the tears. His face was blank, as if he had been transported back to the past. My parents were always busy with work. When I was young, it was mostly my grandmother who took care of me. She was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Her entire life was spent treating people. If she came across a family in need, she never charged them. Suddenly, Ding Yuan seemed to remember something. You said my grandmother is still by my side? Where is she? Can I see her? I nodded slightly. Yes, you still have a chance to meet her. I came here today for that very reason. Once you've met her, I'll help her move on to reincarnation. Ding Yuan wiped away his tears and looked at me gratefully. Thank you, master. I pointed towards the window. Close the curtains. Spirits can't be exposed to sunlight. Ding Yuan obediently followed my instructions. The curtains were drawn, and the room plunged into darkness. I waved my fingers in front of their eyes. When they looked at me again, they saw me holding a small gourd. I removed the lid. A shadow floated out. ZN, a voice, old but gentle, filled the air. In front of us appeared an elderly woman, her hair white as snow. It was none other than Ding Yuan's grandmother. She looked at Ding Yuan with immense affection. Grandma! Tears streamed down Ding Yuan's face. Zunan was so shocked that she collapsed onto the floor. I sent a bit of spiritual energy toward the grandmother, causing her spirit to take form. Ding Yuan crawled over, clutching his grandmother's legs, his vision blurred by tears. Grandma, Zian has missed you so much. Please don't leave Zian all alone, okay? His grandmother's eyes shimmered with sorrow, though she couldn't shed a single tear. Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? Grandma is already dead. We are now separated by the boundaries of life and death. If we stay together too long, it will only bring you harm. I don't care. I won't let you go. Ding Yuan tearfully looked at me. Master, please help me. Can't you let my grandmother stay? No! Your grandmother is right. The living and the dead walk different paths. If she stays, it will only harm you. And if she remains in this world any longer, her soul will eventually scatter and disappear. If you really care for her, you need to let her go. But Ding Yuan cried, shaking his head. No! His grandmother gently stroked his head. Silly child, don't make things difficult for the master. The master was kind enough to let us, grandmother and grandson, meet one last time. Grandma is already very grateful. I sighed deeply. If you have anything else to say it quickly. She need to reincarnate soon. I turned and stepped out of the room. The sound of crying continued for a while. When I thought enough time had passed, I returned to the room. Ding Yuan was still holding his grandmother, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhu Nan stared at them, frozen in place, her eyes the only thing moving occasionally. When they saw me enter, both grandmother and grandson knew that the time had come. Ding Yuan held on even tighter. Grandma, please don't go. I can't bear to lose you. The old woman looked at him with deep affection, her hand lingering on his as she struggled to let go. Be good, Zian. Grandma has to go now. From now on, you must take care of yourself and help Grandma look after your parents too. I formed a hand seal and said, all right, you can go peacefully now. He has only this one tribulation. Afterwards, he'll live a safe and peaceful life. Once you enter, there will be ghostly guides to lead the way. Don't look back. Suddenly, a swirling vortex-like door appeared before us. The door opened, its depths pitch black and bottomless. Go ahead. All right. Thank you, Master Su. The old woman smiled at me with gratitude, bowed deeply, then stood upright and walked toward the door. She didn't look back. After she passed through, the door vanished in an instant. Ding Yuan nearly fainted from crying. Reincarnation is a good thing for your grandmother. It's better than being a wandering, lost soul. Don't let her leave without peace of mind. Ding Yuan sniffled hard. I know, but it still hurts so much. Don't worry. Your grandmother carried great merit in life. She will certainly reincarnate into a wealthy family, living a life of comfort and ease. Really? Ding Yuan wiped his tears away. Of course, it's true. Do you still doubt the master's words? Zunan patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him, and then stole a quick glance at me. This is a master who can summon spirits, after all. After that, neither Ding Yuan nor Zunan had the appetite to eat. As we left, Zunan turned to me and asked, Master Su, where are you going? I thought for a moment. The golden light of merit around me had grown stronger with this deed. I couldn't just sit idle. I needed to keep doing good. Is there a place where I can set up a stall to tell fortunes? Master Su, you want to set up a fortune-telling stall? I think that's not allowed anymore. Ding Yuan sniffled and added, it's the digital age now. Why set up a stall when you can just stream online? I was puzzled. Streaming, I don't know how. Zhu Nan chuckled. That's easy. Just search on Dunyang and you'll figure it out. Back at the hotel, I downloaded Duel, scrolled through some videos, and watched for a while to see how others were streaming. There were people streaming food shows. Some were singing, others dancing, Before I knew it, I had spent over an hour watching videos. I realized that fortune-telling streams would suit me best, so I registered an account and began my live stream. I chose the username Master Sue and even used a photo of myself as my profile picture. However, after half a day, not a single person had joined my stream. A few people popped in and out, but still no one stayed to watch. I thought quickly, forming a hand seal, and suddenly my stream was pushed to all users scrolling through Duel. In an instant, the number of viewers in my stream skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Watching the numbers climb ... I nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a smile, I said, "Hello, everyone. Fortune telling, palm reading. 500 per reading. If it's not accurate, you don't have to pay." What kind of live stream is this? Did I hear that right? A voice chimed in, "Handsome guy. Your voice sounds nice. Why don't you just sing instead?" My expression remained unchanged, still smiling as before. Fortune telling, palm reading. 500 per reading. If it's not accurate, you don't have to pay. Someone else commented, "Seems like it's your first time live streaming, kid. Don't listen to what they're saying." Alright then, how about you give me a reading? The person wanting a reading had the username Happy Baby, a pregnant woman with a visibly large belly. She examined me for a moment. "You said it. If it's inaccurate, no payment. You can't go back on your word." I nodded. "If I'm wrong, I'll refund you." Satisfied, she nodded back and sent me a virtual gift. "Well then, tell me, am I having a boy or a girl?" I glanced at her belly, frowning slightly, calculating with my fingers all the causes and effects of her life, clear in my mind. After seeing everything, I said, "Your due date is in 3 days. No harm in telling you. It's a boy." Happy Baby caressed her belly, smiling softly. My mother-in-law had someone look into it earlier. They also said it's a boy. The due date is indeed 3 days away, but I've heard that natural birth can ruin your figure. I'm thinking about getting a C-section. Can you help me pick a good time? I didn't answer. Instead, I asked, "Is anyone at home with you right now?" No one. My husband and mother-in-law went out to buy groceries. I'm the only one home. I glanced at the bracelet she was wearing, frowning as I asked, "Who gave you that gold bracelet you're wearing?" Happy Baby laughed happily. "My mother-in-law gave it to me after I got pregnant. She said it was to thank me for carrying on their family line." Has your mother-in-law been treating you well since you got pregnant? Yes. Ever since I got pregnant, she doesn't let me do any chores. Every day, she makes different delicious dishes for me. I feel very lucky to have such a good mother-in-law. Then I asked, "What about your husband? Is he good to you?" Hearing this, Happy Baby's face lit up even more, her smile blossoming like a flower. "Of course, he's even better to me. Whatever I want to eat, no matter what time of night or how far it is, he'll go out and get it right away." When my belly got bigger and my legs became swollen and sore, he would massage my legs and feed every day after work. He's always so gentle and caring. Isn't that wonderful? But my expression grew serious, and I asked again, "Do you really think they treat you well?" Happy Baby's smile faded, her tone displeased. "What do you mean?" I responded solemnly, "Your mother-in-law does take good care of you, but this level of care, it's already excessive, almost obsessive. Your husband doesn't oppose it. In fact, he agrees with your mother-in-law's ways, doesn't he?" Happy Baby's face stiffened. After a long pause, she reluctantly said, "Well, maybe a little. My mother-in-law plans my meals every day. What to eat, how much to eat. There's no room for error, not even by a fraction. Sometimes if I want to eat a little less, or even a little more, it's not allowed. I privately complain to my husband, but every time he just pacifies me, saying that the elderly care deeply, longing for a grandchild. He tells me to listen to my mother-in-law, to just go along with her. Aside from that, My mother-in-law makes me drink a glass of milk every day. That milk has a strange taste, but I'm not allowed to refuse it. I responded calmly. Aside from that, have you ever noticed the strange way they look at your belly? Happy Baby's expression changed. She shouted angrily, "What exactly are you trying to say?" I continued asking, "Every time they look at your belly, aren't they filled with excitement and anticipation? Especially your mother-in-law's gaze, it's full of affection, a motherly kind of affection." At this point, the livestream audience had surged to hundreds, with comments flying across the screen. Of course, a grandma would be thrilled looking at her grandchild. A grandma's love is still love. Why are you splitting hairs over whether it's a mother's gaze or a grandmother's gaze? There's nothing strange about it. You're overreacting. When I was pregnant, my mother-in-law treated me like royalty, too. Happy Baby's eyes flickered, her gaze fixed on me, as if recalling something. Her face slowly turned pale. And after a moment, she said, "My mother-in-law often stares at my belly. Her gaze doesn't feel like my mother's gaze at all. It's strange. There's an indescribable feeling to it. It makes me uncomfortable, like a chill down my spine. The weird part is, my husband's gaze is the same." At this point, she was completely stuck. And I asked again, "Have you never suspected anything?" Happy Baby looked confused. Suspected what? Even though their behavior makes me a little uncomfortable, I know they're just thinking about me and the baby inside me. No, they're only thinking about the baby. I shook my head. But not about you. Because the baby inside you has had its soul borrowed by your mother-in-law. As soon as I finished speaking, the livestream erupted in chaos. Host, what kind of scam are you running now? Are you about to sell us some protective charms next? Happy Baby's face froze in shock at first. Then, seeing the comments on the screen, she seemed a bit speechless herself. Host, that's not a funny joke to make. My expression remained serious. Do you truly not believe a single word I've said? Didn't you sense something was off? And that's why you came here to try your luck? Happy Baby panicked. What do you mean by soul borrowing? Instead of answering, I asked, your mother-in-law is quite young, isn't she? Did she ever have a child who passed away? Happy Baby shook her head. I don't know about that. But she's indeed not that old. She's only in her 40s. I looked at her deeply. Your mother-in-law is trying to borrow your child to return the soul of her deceased son. The milk you drink every day has been mixed with her son's ashes. What? Happy Baby's stomach churned with nausea. She ran to the bathroom and started vomiting violently. It took a while, but she finally composed herself, sitting on the toilet, clearly shaken to the core. What I said next was even more shocking. The gold bracelet you're wearing is hollow inside. It contains her son's hair and birth date. By using this method, she is replacing the soul of the baby in your womb with her son's. In other words, the child you give birth to will become her son. My words hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving Happy Baby completely stunned. She stared at me blankly, tears rolling down her face. No, that's impossible. You're lying to me. Happy Baby shouted in disbelief. I sighed. You can try to open the bracelet and see for yourself if what I'm saying is true or not. Hearing this, Happy Baby backed away, went to grab a pair of pliers from the toolbox, and forcefully snapped the bracelet apart. Sure enough, inside, she found strands of hair and a small piece of paper. The paper had a birth date written on it. The livestream chat suddenly shifted tone, with viewers turning to curse the mother-in-law. Holy crap! The host was right. There's really hair inside. What kind of mother-in-law is this? Can't let go of her own son, so she swaps souls with someone else's child. That's so wicked. Happy Baby was in shock, covering her mouth as tears poured down uncontrollably. Why would she do something like this? That's her own grandchild. My next words shocked everyone even more, Because she isn't your husband's biological mother. She's his stepmother. The child who passed away was their real son. What did you just say? Happy Baby's emotions were on the verge of breaking down. No, that can't be true. My husband loves me so much. How is that even possible? That's his mother after all. Even if she's not his biological mother, they still wouldn't do something like that. I looked at her with sympathy. Now's not the time to be upset. You need to pull yourself together. I'm afraid they might go as far as taking the baby and leaving you behind. Was the idea of a C-section suggested by your mother-in-law? Tears welled up in Happy Baby's eyes as she shook her head. No, it was my own idea. But my mother-in-law said, for safety's sake, I should go to the hospital tomorrow and get all the necessary tests done. I continued. Is that piece of paper from the bracelet still there? Check what date is written on it. It's still here. Happy Baby wiped away her tears, picked up the paper from the floor, and the date written on it was, shockingly, tomorrow. Master, how could it be such a coincidence that it's tomorrow? I sighed and explained. It's not a coincidence. The most crucial part of soul transfer is that the birth date of your child must match that of your mother-in-law's deceased son. So after you get admitted to the hospital tomorrow, it likely won't just be for a simple checkup. Your mother-in-law may have already arranged for a C-section. The comments exploded. What am I hearing right now? This is insane. A son and his mother? This host sure knows how to tell a story. Is he just scaring us, or could this really be happening? It actually seems possible. And on Happy Baby's face was indescribable. My aunt, who is my mother-in-law's biological sister, is the head of the gynecology department at that hospital. I could see the turmoil on her face. I felt a twinge of compassion for her. Here's what you should do. Tell your mother-in-law that you want to delay going to the hospital by 1 day. See how she reacts. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. Happy Baby's husband and her mother-in-law had returned from grocery shopping. Shin, Mom's. Happy Baby explained. Shin is my full name is Zhao Shin. I nodded and reminded her. Put on your headphones. If anything feels off, stay calm. Keep your composure. Don't show any signs of weakness. Zhao Shin wiped away her tears, glanced at me, took a deep breath, and walked out holding her phone. Zhao Shin opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Her mother-in-law rushed into the kitchen with the groceries, while her husband hurried over to support her arm. Dear, are you tired? Are your legs sore? Do you want me to massage them for you? Zhao Shin looked at his smile, a smile she used to find sweet and comforting, but now it only made her feel sick. She turned her eyes away from him. I'm fine. No need. You should take a break too. All right, I have some work to take care of, so I'll head out for a bit. Don't wait for me for lunch. The man affectionately kissed her forehead. Okay, be careful on the road. Zhao Shin suppressed the nausea rising in her stomach, forcing a smile. Once her husband left, Zhao Shin walked into the kitchen. She saw her mother-in-law holding a glass of milk and suddenly froze in place. Through the video, I could see her face growing paler and the panic in her eyes. I whispered softly, remember your body. Keep your emotions steady. Zhao Shin nodded slightly, calming herself. Shin, come here. Mom has warmed up some milk for you. Her mother-in-law's voice called out. This is fresh milk we just bought. Try it. See how it tastes. Zhao Shin quietly flipped her phone's camera, now showing her mother-in-law on the video, holding a cup of milk, which she handed to Zhao Shin. Zhao Shin took the milk, walking toward the dining table, but suddenly stumbled, and the milk slipped from her hands, spilling onto the floor. Her mother-in-law quickly caught her, anxiously patting her belly. How could you be so careless? What if you had hurt the baby? Looking at the broken cup, her mother-in-law's expression turned sour. I'll heat up another cup for you. Mom, Let's skip the milk for now. A trace of panic crossed Zhao Xinshin's face, her voice trembling slightly. I have something I need to discuss with you. Her mother-in-law, while heating more milk, replied, Whatever it is, just say it. Zhao Xinshin's voice still quivered. Can we delay it by a day? Let's go to the hospital the day after tomorrow instead. Her mother-in-law's face immediately darkened, and her tone turned sharp. How can that be? I've already made the appointment with the hospital. Seeing the sudden change in her mother-in-law's expression, Zhao Xinshin's heart sank. Her mother-in-law seemed to realize that her reaction had been a bit too harsh. So she softened her tone right away. In a gentler voice, she said, Xinshin, Mom's worried about you and the baby's safety. Even though your due date is still 3 days away, it's always safer to be in the hospital than at home. If anything happens, we'll have time to respond. Besides, Mom already booked the bed and paid the fees. The panic on Zhao Xinshin's face seemed to ease, and she was about to speak when her mother-in-law approached again with another cup of milk. The milk is ready now. Her mother-in-law placed the cup on the table in front of Zhao Xinshin. Zhao Xinshin panicked all of a sudden. With one swift motion, she slapped the milk off the table. I'm not drinking it, and I'm not going to the hospital either. Zhao Xinshin was wearing long sleeves, and that motion revealed her bare wrist to her mother-in-law. The fake smile on her mother-in-law's face vanished the moment she saw the empty wrist, her expression turning sinister. Her face grew dark and menacing, her eyes sharp as knives as they bore into Zhao Xinshin. Her voice was dripping with venom. Where's the bracelet? Where did you put it? How many times have I told you? No matter what, you must never take off that bracelet. Do you not understand human speech? The sudden shift in her mother-in-law's demeanor made Zhao Xinshin's heart sink. Stay out of my business. Mustering all her courage, Zhao Xinshin pushed her mother-in-law away, pretending to be angry as she ran back to her room, slamming and locking the door behind her. She leaned against the door, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Viewers in the live stream collectively gasped. Did you see her mother-in-law's face just now? So creepy, based on her reaction. Girl, it looks like you really are being set up. Girl, you need to run. Having a baby isn't worth risking your life. Suddenly, the sound of the door handle turning echoed from the video. Xinshin, Mom's ad was wrong just now. Please don't be angry. It's not good for the baby. Her mother-in-law's muffled voice came through, though unclear at times. Zhao Xinshin grew increasingly frantic. What should I do? My mother-in-law keeps trying to open the door. Seeing her growing panic, I felt a wave of sympathy for her. I quickly advised, call your family or friends immediately. Get someone to take you away from there, or call the police right now. After thinking for a moment, I added, and until the police or your family arrive, make sure you don't leave the room. Stay put no matter what. No sooner had I finished speaking than I heard the sound in the video. The door was being opened from the outside. Her mother-in-law walked in, wearing a smile that wasn't quite a smile. To Zhao Xinshin, that smile felt utterly terrifying. Xinshin, I've been calling you from outside for so long. Why didn't you open the door? Zhao Xinshin looked into her mother-in-law's eyes, devoid of warmth, and a surge of panic rose within her. Her voice trembled in fear. What are you doing with your phone? Who are you talking to? Her mother-in-law's sharp voice pierced the room as she reached out to grab the phone. Suddenly, the video cut off. The screen turned black. The live stream went completely silent. After a brief, eerie pause, the live stream erupted into chaos. Why did the stream cut off? Could something bad have happened? Her mother-in-law looked so scary. Her voice was terrifying, like some kind of witch. Host, please go save that girl. I'm worried something terrible has happened to her. The chat exploded with messages rolling nonstop. I calculated quietly and reassured them. Zhao Xinshin isn't in danger. Don't worry, everyone. She's safe. Sure enough. Not long after, Zhao Xinshin reapplied for the video call. When I accepted the connection, Zhao Xinshin's pale and terrified face appeared on the screen. What happened? I asked the question that was on everyone's mind. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhao Xinshin said, I reacted quickly. I blacked out my phone. It's password protected, so she couldn't unlock it. I also lied and told her I took the bracelet off and left it in the bathroom while I was showering. I pretended to go to the bathroom to get the bracelet, but while she wasn't paying attention, I ran to the study, locked the door behind me, and blocked it with the table and chairs. So even if she has the key, it won't be easy to open the door. Also, I called my dad. Told him to call the police and come as soon as possible to rescue me. I felt a flicker of approval in my eyes. Good, you did the right thing. Now, don't open the door for anyone. How long will it take your dad to get there? My dad said he'll be here in 10 minutes. Zhao Xinshin nervously swallowed. But I'm scared. Host, can you please stay on the call with me? I don't want to wait alone. Of course. I'll stay. Only a few minutes passed in silence before the sound of a key turning in the lock came from outside the door. What's going on? Why can't I get this door open? Along with her mother-in-law's voice, another familiar voice sounded. Zhao Xinshin's eyes widened in shock. It's my husband. I reminded her firmly, do not open the door. Your husband is aware of this situation too. No one except your dad and the police should be allowed in. I won't open it. Zhao Xinshin nodded resolutely. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from Zhao Xinshin on the video. A ghost! A phone fell to the floor. The angle now showing the window. A horrifying, pale baby's face was pressed against the glass, staring intently at Zhao Xinshin with a sinister grin. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded in panic, because not only Zhao Xinshin had seen that ghostly face, everyone in the live stream saw it. Haha, losing it from playing too many games? Am I seeing things? Is this a hallucination? Holy crap. I think I saw something dirty. I saw it too. It really was that thing. Om Mani Padme. Get back. Get this for real? Everyone, are you all seeing what I'm seeing? Does it match what you're talking about? Oh man, I got so absorbed in this live stream. I didn't even go to the bathroom. I've been holding it in. And then this scared me so bad. Don't ask why I'm washing my sheets. Just know it happened when I spilled my drink. Why is there a stain? Because I was drinking tea. I was so scared I dropped my phone. The screen shattered, but I'm still watching the live stream anyway. Normally, unless someone has special abilities or a unique constitution, they wouldn't be able to see ghosts. But in my live stream, it's different. I used a special revealing spell. So no matter what kind of demon, ghost, or spirit it is, as long as it's here, everyone in my live stream can see it. In recent times, Yor has come to understand a lot about today's society. Nowadays, people speak and act without restraint. They call it freedom. They don't believe in karma or retribution, the cycle of cause and effect. That's why I think letting them experience things beyond their understanding might be good for them. Maybe next time they're tempted to do something wrong, they'll be afraid. I quickly performed a hand seal, and a talisman shot through the phone, hitting the ghost's face on the other side. At almost the exact same moment, the ghostly face let out a bone-chilling scream, turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Zhao Xinshin cowered in a corner, her expression verging on hysteria. Judging by her complexion, it seemed the stress had affected her pregnancy. Seeing this, I quickly cast another spell. A golden light entered Zhao Xinshin's body. Her face gradually regained color, and her emotions began to stabilize. She hurriedly picked up her phone, clutching it tightly in her hands. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. I softly reassured her. Your dad is almost there. You must hold on. Don't forget, you're carrying a baby. For the sake of your child, stay strong. My child. Hearing this, Zhao Xinshan placed her hand on her belly and nodded firmly. Okay, I'll definitely hold on. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were completely engrossed when suddenly the screen went black. This content violates our guidelines. This live stream has been suspended for 24 hours. I was stunned. A bit confused. What violation? This is my live stream. I set the rules. If I don't think it's a violation, then it's not. Without hesitation, I quickly performed another hand seal, and in the blink of an eye, before anyone could even react, the live stream was back online. The bewildered tech team in the background was left even more baffled. After attempting to shut it down over a dozen times, they realized this live stream couldn't be blocked. The tech team ran a full system check. Everything was working normally. No issues at all. How is that even possible? Manager 144 stared at the live stream title, his expression serious as he walked toward the CEO's office. What was discussed there? No one knows. Meanwhile, back in the live stream. Zhao Xinshan's husband was still banging on the door. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of something heavy smashing against the door echoed. Time passed slowly. Or maybe quickly, it was hard to tell. Each second felt like an eternity. The lock was finally broken, and her husband forcefully pushed the door. Through the growing gap, his face appeared twisted and terrifying. The desk blocking the door was gradually pushed aside. He was almost inside. Zhao Xinshan backed up to the window, pounding on the glass desperately. Help! Help me! In the nick of time, there were loud bangs at the main entrance. A few loud crashes later, Zhao Xinshan's father burst in, wielding a large axe, followed by a group of men. Her uncles, her brothers and cousins. I smiled and ended the video call. The viewers in the live stream took a moment to process what had happened. I was so engrossed. Why did you hang up? Host, why did you end the stream? I wasn't done watching. Wait, am I seeing things? Did I just see a ghost face? Upstairs, you didn't see things. I saw it too. Not only did I see a ghost, I saw the host destroyed through the screen. That's insane. Host, that was not cool. Right at the most intense moment, you cut the stream. This stream was more exciting than a movie. Host, I didn't realize you had such real skills. Take my respect. Wow. I wasn't ready for it to end. Seeing their reactions, I smiled and said, 3 readings a day. There's one final reading left today. Does anyone want a reading? At that moment, a viewer with the username Da Huang is not a dog requested to join the call. When I accepted, a cute young woman appeared on the screen, with neat bangs and big, sparkling eyes gazing at me. Master, my name is Zihuan. My cat Da Huang has gone missing. Can you help me figure out where he is? I smiled and nodded. Yes, I can. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with hope. She continued, Da Huang is a ginger tabby. He's 5 years old. A few days ago, while I was out, he sneaked out of the house. When I noticed he was gone, I rushed to find him, and I found his tracker in the bushes near the neighborhood. But Da Huang was nowhere to be seen. It's been days now, and I've searched everywhere I could think of, but I still haven't found him. The chat erupted with comments. Oh, it's just a cat? If it's lost, it's lost. Is it really worth all this trouble? Zihuan saw the comments and replied, to me, Da Huang isn't just a cat. He's family. He even saved my life once. She continued, a year ago, there was a fire in our building. Da Huang went crazy trying to wake me up, and because of him, I managed to escape with my life. When I'm feeling down, he's the one who cheers me up. Even when I sneeze, he'll come running, meowing to check if I'm okay. Sometimes when I'm in a deep sleep, he'll come over to sniff me, just to make sure I'm still breathing. She smiled as she shared these memories of Da Huang. But the more she spoke, the more her smile faded. And by the end, she looked a little sad. No matter what, I have to find Da Huang. Even if it's just his body, I still need to find him. Hearing her say this, I remembered my own cat, Mibao, who passed away 2 years ago. Gone to the stars of the cat kingdom. I miss him so much. Crying sounds. Please don't use the little cat knife on me. In the comments section, everyone started sharing stories about their own cats and dogs. Some were funny, others were deeply sad. I saw that Zi Huan was about to cry from her sadness, so I reassured her, don't be sad. Da Huang isn't dead, but he's hurt a little. Hearing this, Zi Huan became anxious. Da Huang is hurt. I thought for a moment and nodded. Sort of. On his way back home, he passed by a pet hospital. The owner thought he was a stray cat, so they took him in and neutered him. They're trying to find someone to adopt him right now. You better hurry, or he might get adopted. Hearing that it was just neutering, Zi Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Da Huang is okay. Master, where exactly is Da Huang now? Go out of your complex, turn right, then take the first left at the intersection. About 100 meters ahead, there's a pet hospital called AI Gui Pet Hospital. Da Huang is there. Okay, I'm going to pick him up right now. Thank you, Master. Zi Huan happily ended the video call. After she left, I said, the 3 readings are done for today. That's all for now. I quickly and neatly signed off. The rest of the time, I relaxed by scrolling through videos, watching TV, until nightfall, when I finally stepped out for dinner. Just as I left, I received a call from Zhao Xinshin. I spoke first. You're all right now? Yes, I'm fine now. Zhao Xinshin's voice sounded much better. My dad came just in time and took me back to my parents' home. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. No need to thank me. This was a trial you were destined to face. Now that it's over, things will be fine. Master, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Will my baby be all right? I thought for a moment. There is a small issue, but don't worry. I can help you. Here's what we'll do. Give me your address, and I'll come to your house to see you. All right. Zhao Xinshin quickly sent me her address. When I arrived at her house, her parents already knew what had happened, and they were deeply grateful for saving their daughter. They treated me with great warmth. I took a look at Zhao Xinshin's belly and noticed a faint black aura swirling around it. I immediately drew a talisman and had Zhao Xinshin place a drop of her blood on the paper. I chanted an incantation, and the talisman flew into her belly. The black aura disappeared instantly. Zhao Xinshin felt her belly warm up, feeling extremely comfortable. I used to always feel a chill in my belly, but every time I went to the hospital, the doctors said nothing was wrong. But after what you did, the cold is completely gone, and now it's warm and cozy. It feels so comfortable. Master, is everything okay now? What if my mother-in-law and her family come back to harm me again? It's fine now. Nothing to worry about. I nodded. This talisman repels evil spirits, and with your blood on it, it will ward off the malevolent energy surrounding the child's soul. If you're still worried, I'll give you a protection talisman. Keep it close to you, and you'll be safe. Also, avoid seeing your in-laws until after the baby is born. Okay, I understand. Zhao Xinshin was deeply grateful and transferred me some money as a token of her thanks. Zhao Xinshin's parents watched from the side, their gratitude toward me deepening. The elderly couple insisted that I stay for dinner before leaving, and I didn't decline. As I was leaving, I gave them one final piece of advice. Tell your son that the company he's currently working at has some issues. He should quit as soon as possible. I also gave them 3 protection talismans, one for each family member, including their son. The couple looked at me, startled, though they didn't fully understand my words. After I left, They immediately called their son to warn him. I politely refused the Zhao family's offer to escort me and strolled back home on my own. As I wandered through a quiet, deserted alley, I suddenly heard faint crying. A man with a stocking over his head, holding a long fruit knife, had it pressed against a young girl's throat. The girl was sobbing in fear. "Shut up! If you cry again, I'll kill you. Hand over all your valuables." A clear, sharp voice interrupted. "Hey, that's an interesting hat you're wearing. It looks like a stocking. Smells a bit off though. EW. It stinks." "What? My socks are new. How could they stink?" The robber, enraged, turned around, only to see me leaning against the wall, arms crossed, smirking at him. That smile made him uneasy. He glared at me menacingly. "I'm robbing someone." "What are you laughing at? I know you're robbing. Let me help you with that." I walked toward him with a grin, his vision blurred. And when he came to, he was already at the police station. After giving my statement, I headed straight to the snack street for a bite to eat. The snack street had become my absolute favorite spot. In the days that followed, I woke up every day in search of delicious food. Once I was full, I would go back home to meditate and cultivate. Every few days, whenever I got bored, I'd start a live stream. Life was pretty good. With just one live stream, I gained 100,000 followers overnight, becoming the fastest growing streamer on the dual platform. As for the 99+ private messages, I didn't even bother looking at them. What I didn't know was, among those followers was the personal account of Duel's CEO. The CEO, watching this constantly rule-breaking yet untouchable livestream, decisively clicked the follow button. Even though I own Duel, there are still rules about what can and can't be broadcast. It's not up to me to decide. If this Master Su keeps doing what he's doing, the company might go under. The CEO had sent me several private messages, but I didn't respond. He had no choice but to request a fortune reading. Many people had sent me as their special notification. So when I started my next live stream, tens of thousands of people immediately flooded in. I smiled brightly. Today, as usual, 3 readings, 500 per reading. If it's not accurate, you don't have to pay. Anyone interested, apply for a video connection. I'll select at random. In an instant, many people applied for the call. I connected with one. On the other side was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, wearing oversized sunglasses. He looked quite sophisticated. Clearly a successful person. His demeanor and generosity spoke volumes. "I'd like to know about my company's future. Is it bright, or will we have to close down?" Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. The man smiled a bit awkwardly. "Host, I run an entertainment company. Lately, I've encountered a strange person. This person keeps doing some very peculiar things. I'm wondering if my company might be affected by him and end up going under." Hearing that, I couldn't help but smirk, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "The strange person you're talking about is me, isn't it? I understand what you're worried about. Rest easy. Your company won't have any problems. Even if there is a problem, I'll help you sort it out. I won't cause you any trouble. How about we split things 50-50 from now on, as a form of compensation for your peace of mind?" All right, the man quickly agreed. With Master Su's word, I'm completely at ease. But we don't need to split 50-50. From now on, all of Master Su's income will be yours. The platform won't take a cut. Could I ask if it's convenient for Master to leave a contact number, so we can stay in touch in the future? Sure. Alright, let's move on to the second reading. The brief conversation left the viewers completely confused, not understanding what had just happened. What's going on? Why did they end it so quickly? I didn't get it either. Host, what kind of cryptic talk was that with the last guy? Even though the viewers were baffled, as long as I understood, that was enough. I randomly selected the second viewer. Congratulations to the viewer named Good Persimmons Dodo. I've sent you a video call request. The video connected, and on the other side was a young woman. From the background, it looked like she was in a hospital. Realizing that her video request had been accepted, she quickly sent me a virtual gift. Host: hello, my name is Jo Hong. She looked weary. And before she could finish speaking, her eyes were already welling up with tears. Host, please, can you help me? What's really wrong with my son, Xiaobao? She turned the camera, pointing it at a small boy lying in the hospital bed, attached to a breathing machine and receiving an drip. The boy looked about 5 or 6 years old. His face pale, devoid of color. At that age, a child should be plump and lively. But he was gaunt, his cheeks sunken in, his skin loose and sagging. My brows furrowed, as I noticed a deathly aura clinging to the boy. The aura was like a rope, one end tied to the boy, and the other extending out of the window. Next to the bed was a piece of children's clothing, thick with dark energy. The woman, Jo Hong, explained that her son had fallen ill with a strange disease half a month ago. It started with him suddenly losing weight, and in just a week, he had shed a considerable amount of weight. His skin looked wrinkled, as if he were severely dehydrated, and his whole body appeared shriveled, like that of an old man. Yesterday, he suddenly complained of stomach pain, and even vomited blood. Terrified, the couple rushed him to the hospital, but after extensive tests and examinations, his organs were found to be gradually failing. Yet the doctors couldn't identify the cause. Jo Hong and her husband refused to believe it. How could their healthy son suddenly become so ill? They took him to every hospital in the city, but the results were the same everywhere. No one could find an answer. All the doctors were at a loss. The hospital has already issued a critical condition notice. Now they can only keep him alive through injections. Jo Hong's eyes were swollen from crying, and her husband had stopped going to work. Jo Hong's mother-in-law believed that her grandson had been cursed, so she sought out a renowned shaman to perform a blessing ritual. They even made her son drink water with the ashes from the ritual, but it had no effect. Today, Jo Hong overheard some patients talking about Master Su's live stream and fortune-telling. Desperate not to miss any chance to save her son, she reached out for help through the video call. Jo Hong, choking back tears, explained the situation. Her voice trembled with desperation as she looked at me. Her eyes filled with both despair and hope. Whatever it takes. As long as it can save my son, I'm willing to try it. The livestream comments rolled in. Could it be that he got injured when no one noticed? How did he suddenly become critically ill? Even terminal illnesses don't progress this fast. The boy's so sick. How could they make him drink something like that? If ash water could cure people, what would we need doctors for? Giving the kid something so unhygienic. That's irresponsible parenting. When I was a kid, my grandma used to make me drink ash water every time I got sick. I don't know if it really worked, or if I was just tough. I drank it too. Isn't this just something older people believe in? As a mother, I couldn't bear seeing this. Host, is there any way you can help her? Yeah. I can't even imagine how hard this must be. If it were my daughter, I don't know how I'd cope. Host, please think of something. I focused on the child's clothes by the bed and frowned as I asked, "Is that your son's clothing?" Jo Hong froze for a moment, wiping her tears away. She picked up the clothing next to the bed. This one? Yes, it's my son's. Being a careful person, Jo Hong noticed something off in my expression and proactively asked about the clothing. There's definitely something wrong here. Your son is shielding someone from disaster, and the medium is this piece of clothing. My voice was calm, but it struck Jo Hong like a bolt of lightning, shattering her heart. Her lips trembled for a long time before she could speak. Shielding from disaster? I nodded, judging by his current condition. In no more than 3 days, all the sickness and misfortune will transfer to your son completely. At that point, he won't survive. Jo Hong, who had been crying softly to avoid waking her son, couldn't hold back any longer and began sobbing out loud. Host, Please, I beg you, save my son. If it's possible to exchange fates, then take my life and give it back to my son. Please. Her sobs woke the boy in the hospital bed. With great effort, he lifted his small, frail hand, wiping away his mother's tears. Even speaking was a struggle. Mom, don't cry. Xiaobao doesn't hurt. Zhou Hong's tears flowed even harder as she hugged her son and wailed uncontrollably. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. Don't cry just yet. I didn't say I couldn't save him. I can save him. Really? Zhou Hong immediately stopped crying, quickly wiping her tears with her sleeve. What do we need to do? I asked her. Where did this piece of clothing come from? It was given to us by a relative, one of my husband's distant cousins. We don't usually keep in touch. A few days ago, he suddenly came by to visit. At the time, neither my husband nor I were home. It was just my mother-in-law and the child at home. The cousin brought a lot of toys, along with several sets of children's clothing. The child, not understanding, clung to the toys, refusing to let go. My mother-in-law, unable to decline, saw how much the child liked them, so she accepted the gifts. I glanced at the child in the hospital bed, his wide eyes blinking. Did someone in their family fall ill or experience an accident? Zhou Hong nodded. Yes, they have a boy. I heard he was in a car accident. That explains it. I nodded. Their son had a car accident, and his life is hanging by a thread. They used the clothes as a medium, along with his birth chart, to transfer the disaster to your son in his place. By accepting the clothes, you unknowingly agreed. In less than a month, once the disaster is fully transferred, your son will die, and their son will recover his health. My words were like a bomb going off, sending shockwaves through the room. The comment section exploded with outrage. Using someone else's child to take the hit for your own kid? How could someone be so cruel? Your child's life matters, but someone else's doesn't? What kind of dirty heart would do something this heartless? This is terrifying. If anyone dared to hurt my child like that, I'd destroy them. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out. Zhou Hong's husband, Yang Wei Hao, and her mother-in-law entered the room. They arrived just in time to hear what I had said. The expressions on their faces shifted from shock and disbelief to fury. Shaking with anger, the grandmother cursed. Liu Zhipeng, you despicable rat! I knew something was off with your sudden kindness, so this was your wicked plan all along. How dare he try to harm my precious grandson? I'll fight him to the death. Saying this, she stormed toward the door, ready to confront the culprit. It took everything Yang Wei Hao had to hold her back. Mom, we need to focus on saving Xiaobao first. We'll deal with the rest later. Right, saving Xiaobao comes first. Nothing is more important than my grandson. Zhou Hong's mother-in-law finally stopped, returning to the side of the hospital bed. She realized that the voice earlier had been coming from Zhou Hong's phone. Eagerly, she hurried to the camera, and with a respectful tone, said, "Little master, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy and brought harm to my grandson. Please, great one, tell me what we can do to save him. If you save my grandson, I'll set up a shrine for you, and pray for your blessings every day." I stifled a chuckle. There's no need for a shrine, since you've met me. It means your grandson's fate hasn't been sealed. Saving him is simple. Burn all the clothes and toys that were given to you. All right, I'll burn them right away. Yang Wei Hao immediately jumped into action, grabbing the clothes and heading outside. Wait, don't forget the clothes and toys at home too. Burn them all, Zhou Hong reminded him. Got it, Yang Wei Hao replied, and left the hospital with the clothes in hand. He found a secluded spot outside and set the clothes on fire. To his surprise, it was as if they were soaked in gasoline. They ignited instantly, burning to ash in no time. Back in the hospital, at the exact moment the clothes were burned, the boy's condition visibly improved. His little face regained color, and he smiled sweetly. Mom, Grandma, Xiaobao doesn't feel sick anymore. Zhou Hong and her mother-in-law were overjoyed. Zhou Hong and her mother-in-law hugged the child from both sides, crying and laughing at the same time. The viewers in the live stream were just as amazed. Wow, it's true. Look, the kid's face is so rosy now. Unbelievable. This is truly miraculous. Host, what can I even say? You're the greatest wids. Acting, acting, acting. All just putting on a show. I refuse to believe this is real. It's all fake. Total scam. This has to be a pre-planned script. Zhou Hong, realizing the situation, quickly thanked me. And seeing that many people were accusing us of staging it, she explained, "No! I don't know the host personally. We didn't plan anything ahead of time. What you're seeing is real. The host is truly amazing." I waved my hand. Don't worry about those comments. Here, I'll give you an address. When your husband comes back, tell him to take a couple of people and go there. By now, the grandmother had already called the doctor. Seeing the child's rapid improvement, Dr. Liang was astonished. Given the strange nature of the boy's condition, she had been closely following his case, racking her brain for treatment options. But nothing had worked. Now, in such a short span of time, the child seemed to have gained weight, and his complexion looked healthy. Stunned, she immediately ordered a full round of tests for him. Zhou Hong, after thanking me profusely once more, finally hung up the call and went to accompany her son for his tests. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream who had received clothing from others were starting to feel uneasy. That scared the life out of me. I've accepted clothes from someone else's kid before. Could my child be in danger too? From now on, I'm not taking clothes from anyone. Yeah, what if you come across someone with bad intentions? That's terrifying. I glanced at the chat, noticing these particular comments. After thinking for a moment, I decided to reassure everyone. Actually, gifting clothes is very common, especially with kids who grow so fast. It's normal for younger siblings to wear hand-me-downs from their older siblings. Brothers wearing brothers' clothes, sisters wearing sisters' clothes, and relatives often pass down clothes that no longer fit. That's all perfectly normal, and usually not dangerous at all. In cases where clothing is used for something malicious like transferring disaster, it requires not only the clothes, but also the birth date and time known as Bazi. So, it's best not to casually share your full birth details with anyone. Someone asked, but what if a relative or close friend asks for it? I smiled and said, most people just ask for your birth year and month, not the exact time of birth. Without that precise time, they can't use it for anything harmful. But if someone is asking for detailed information, you should be more cautious. I want to remind everyone, no matter the situation or who you're with, try not to disclose your full birth details. It's important not to have malicious intentions, but also to protect yourself. Alright, let's move on to the next one. I closed my eyes and randomly tapped someone. This time, the video connected with 3 young girls, all huddled closely together in the frame, their faces showing clear signs of fear. Host, please save us. I looked at the 3 who seemed on the verge of tears. My brow furrowed. There's a thick aura of negativity around you. Have you encountered a ghost? Yes. Host, right. We've come across something unclean. The 3 girls nodded frantically. When the livestream viewers heard there was a ghost involved, their interest was immediately piqued. Holy crap, there's a ghost. I'm so scared. Quick, I need to hide under my blanket. Here it comes. This is getting exciting. Got my snacks ready, waiting to see what happens. I love ghost stories the most. I focused on the girl in the yellow shirt. Out of the 3, the deathly aura around her was the strongest. What's going on? Tell me the whole story. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and the girl in the yellow shirt began to speak. It was clear from her expression that the experience was terrifying, and she didn't want to recall it. She took a deep breath. as if gathering her courage, and began. My name is Zhongting. These two are Feng and Xiaomei. We're classmates. And we just graduated this year. We're working at an advertising design company. Lately, the company's been really busy. A lot of clients have urgent orders, so we often have to work until midnight. To save money, the three of us rented an old, run-down apartment in a complex close to the company. On the first night we moved in, I woke up in the middle of the night, half asleep, and heard the sound of a TV coming from the living room. Seeing that Xiaomei was sound asleep next to me, I thought it must be Feng watching TV. Still groggy, I got up and headed to the living room. The lights were off in the living room. It was pitch dark, but the TV was on, playing some variety show. I saw a shadowy figure on the couch. I called out to the shadow, thinking it was Feng, but the next second, the figure turned its head. It was a long-haired female ghost. She grinned at me, and blood started trickling from the corners of her mouth. Zhongting screamed in terror, her cry waking up Xiaomei and Feng. Startled by the scream, they rushed out in a panic. What's going on? A ghost. Zhongting was terrified. And when the two came out, she quickly hid behind them, pointing at the couch, shouting. Feng remained silent, while Xiaomei rubbed her eyes, straining to look closely. There's no ghost. Are you sure you're not seeing things? It's right there. But when Zhongting looked back at the couch, the ghost was gone. The TV was off, pitch black, as if it had never been on. Zhongting started to think maybe she was just half asleep and imagining things. So she went back to bed. But then last night, something else happened. Xiaomei nodded in agreement. I woke up and saw she wasn't in the room. Then I saw her trying to climb out the window. Scared, I ran over and grabbed her arm, asking her what she was trying to do. Zhongting, her face pale, continued. If Xiaomei hadn't called out to me, I think I would have jumped. I kept feeling like there were invisible eyes watching me from outside the window. Xiaomei added, I felt it too. We were so scared, we ran back to the bedroom. After we fell asleep, I had a nightmare. I had only just fallen asleep, and I dreamed I was trapped in the living room. The lights were off, and it was very dim in the room. I saw a woman standing at the kitchen door. Her hair was disheveled, and she was wearing a pink floral nightgown. She had her back to me, and she kept making this creepy, low laugh. Hey, 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 so scared. I had this strong feeling that the woman wasn't human. I tried to run back to the bedroom, but it felt like there was an invisible glass wall between me and the bedroom. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get through. Then, the woman started moving. She slowly walked toward me, step by step. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Seeing that I couldn't make it back to the bedroom, I turned and ran toward the front door, hoping to escape the place entirely. When I ran out of the apartment and reached the elevator, I saw that it was on the first floor. Looking back, the strange woman was already standing by the door. The fear and pressure were so overwhelming, I couldn't stop. I immediately turned around and ran toward the staircase. But when I reached the stairwell, I suddenly heard a loud crash coming from below. Then a man slowly began walking up the stairs. His face looked like it had been smashed by something heavy, completely disfigured. I was terrified beyond words, thinking I couldn't let these two horrific beings catch me. Even if it meant dying, I couldn't fall into their hands. With that thought, I instinctively looked at the stairwell window. I bit my lip, gathered all my courage, and decided to jump out the window. But just as I was about to climb through, something stopped me. A force that wouldn't let me go forward, no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't take a single step. Meanwhile, the two monsters were slowly closing in on me. At that moment, I was on the verge of breaking down. I desperately struggled with all my strength, trying to reach outside the window. Suddenly, A sharp, burning pain spread across my face. And right after that, I heard Xiaomei and Feng's voices by my ear. Afterwards, I slowly regained consciousness. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the two of them frantically holding on to me. But I had no idea when. I had ended up standing in the kitchen. Zhongting seemed to have returned to that terrifying dream. Her whole body trembled. The audience in the live stream was dead silent, listening quietly to the story. Feng, who hadn't spoken this whole time, finally spoke. The next words she said made the whole situation even more eerie and bizarre. Zhongting and Xiaomei both looked at Feng. Feng began to speak. I've been weak since I was young. Catching colds and fevers was a common occurrence. I would often see strange and bizarre things. Later, my grandmother in the countryside invited a skilled master to see me. She even made me drink some strange medicine. Since then, I rarely see those things anymore. But rarely seeing them doesn't mean I can't see them at all. Feng hesitated for a moment, then continued. Last night, I heard Xiaomei calling me. I rushed into the kitchen, and at a glance I saw by the window a woman standing there in a pink floral dress. I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't want to scare the two of them. Then Zhongting's incident happened. The three of us didn't dare stay in the house for another second. We packed up our things immediately and went downstairs. We found a nearby hotel and stayed there until dawn. I had watched your live stream before and sent you a private message. You didn't reply, so we kept waiting. We never expected that the live stream would actually connect to us. I listened quietly until she finished speaking, then glanced at the three girls huddled together. What you saw in your dream was indeed a female ghost. She jumped off a building to commit suicide before, and after death, she couldn't move on. She's been wandering around this neighborhood ever since, looking for a substitute to take her place in death. You just happened to be mentally exhausted from staying up late all the time, so she took the opportunity to possess you. I'm giving you 3 protection talismans. Keep them with you at all times. Also, send me your address. I'm coming to meet you now. Seeing the 3 talismans suddenly appear before them, the 3 girls quickly grabbed them without a second thought. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing the word ghost, immediately perked up. Oh, whoa! Are we about to witness a live ghost hunt? Exciting! So thrilling! At this point, I addressed the audience in the live stream. Sorry, today's stream ends here. I need to help them catch a ghost first. If I delay, something bad might happen. The audience wasn't happy about it. Don't stop the stream. You catch your ghost. I'm staying to watch. Please, we beg you, live stream the ghost hunt. I felt a bit speechless. They were clearly scared to death, but still insisted on watching. Fine, I won't turn it off. After I said that, I casually took out a piece of paper, folded it a few times into a paper crane, and infused it with a bit of spiritual energy. The paper crane fluttered its wings and took flight. I handed the phone to the paper crane. The paper crane obediently held the phone in its beak and flew around me. 1 person, 1 crane, and we were on our way. I used Gaogao maps to check, and found that the hotel where Zhongting and her friends were staying wasn't far. Not wanting to waste any time, I grabbed the paper crane and used the ground shrinking technique. The passers-by only felt a cool breeze, without even catching a glimpse of my shadow. The fans in the live stream saw the screen blur for a moment, and when they looked again, I was already standing outside Zhongting's hotel. What the? Did I just imagine it? How did we get to the hotel so fast? The streamer actually used the legendary teleportation technique. At that moment, Zhongting stood at the door, staring at me in shock. She was completely stunned. This fast had to be fast. If I came any later, you might not have survived. No more talking, let's go quickly. Oh, and for field work, it's $1,000. Forget about the travel expenses. The three of them led me to their rented apartment. They opened the door, and immediately I felt a cold draft inside. It was already late afternoon, but it wasn't fully dark outside yet. Though the inside of the room felt chilling and eerie, I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorframe, speaking in a cold voice. Are you coming out by yourself, or do I have to drag you out? Zhongting and her two friends looked at each other, puzzled. It was clear that I wasn't talking to them. If I wasn't speaking to them, then I had to be talking to the ghost. At that moment, the ghost was hiding in the wall, a mocking smile playing on her lips. I jumped off a building to my death. I'm not scared to death, okay? I'm not coming out. Let's see what you can do about it. I didn't bother talking anymore and walked over to the wall, reaching out my hand to grab. My arm passed through the wall without any resistance. I grabbed the female ghost by her hair and yanked her out. With a fierce swing, the ghost, still caught off guard, was flung to the ground, arms and legs sprawled. Zhongting and the other two, standing at the doorway, along with everyone in the live stream, all gasped in shock. So this is how you catch a ghost. Oh, this is how it's done. It's not what I imagined at all. Thrilling. At this moment, the ghost's eyes turned completely white, staring at me in disbelief. As a ghost, she shouldn't feel anything, but with just one grab from me, her entire body burned with excruciating pain, especially when she hit the ground. The pain made her scream at the top of her lungs. The female ghost struggled to get up, but before she could, I stomped on her, speaking coldly. You've taken so many lives. Your sins are unforgivable. Obediently return to the underworld to face your punishment. The ghost felt my foot burn her like a branding iron, her chest sizzling with pain, as if the flesh was about to be seared off. I didn't give her a chance to speak. Forming a seal with my hand, golden light appeared. The gate to the underworld opened. The ghost's long tongue trembled, already having difficulty speaking. She could only manage the start of a curse. Damn you! But in a flash, a thick, long chain flew out, wrapping around her neck, and dragged her back into the underworld. I tossed a handful of yin-gathering talismans toward the gate of reincarnation and said loudly, "Thank you for your hard work. A small token of appreciation. Please accept it, dear emissary." With a clang, the chain whipped through the air. The talisman swayed up and down twice, as if expressing its gratitude. Then it retreated quietly. The door to the cycle of reincarnation disappeared as well. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. The ghostly woman hadn't even finished a full sentence before she vanished completely. Wow, the streamer is amazing. That was the soul reaping chain, right? Oh my god. Who could possibly understand how I'm feeling right now? I actually saw the soul reaping chain. Oh my heavens. Oh my heavens. Oh my heavens. It would be perfect if I could catch a glimpse of the ghost messengers too. Isn't being alive good enough? You actually want to see the ghost messengers? If you want to see them, it's not impossible. Just step outside and head to the rooftop and jump off. Forget ghost messengers. You'd get to meet the king of hell himself. Streamer, I want to learn metaphysics. The specialized kind. Do you take disciples? Streamer, are you accepting students? I'm the first to sign up. Take me, take me. What was that door just now? Was it the gate to the underworld? Seeing the curiosity, I spoke up. I have no plans to take on disciples for now. The door you saw just now was indeed a passage to the underworld. Some call it the Ghost Gate, or the Gate of the Underworld. Different names, same meaning. Once you pass through that door, you've entered the underworld. At that moment, Zhongting and the others stood wide-eyed, staring at each other, still stunned and unable to react. So fast? Xiaomei asked in disbelief. Streamer, is it really over? I clapped my hands. It's all done. Catching a ghost, that's all. Wasting one more second would just mean I wasn't capable. This house is fine now. You can live here without worrying. Just make sure to keep the curtains open. Let in more sunlight. That'll get rid of the remaining negative energy in the house. After leaving their home, I reached for my phone. A paper crane landed in my hand. I twisted my stiff neck. It was just a tiny paper crane, but the weight of the phone in its little body was still a bit much. Its neck was clearly tired. I chuckled and poked its head gently. All right, I'll play with you again next time. The paper crane nodded, fluttered its wings for a moment, then went still. I slipped it into my pocket. When I looked back at the live stream chat, all I saw were complaints. I didn't even know what to say. I just wiped my eyes. Is it over already? Streamer, you should change your name to Quickstream. You catch ghosts fast and leave even faster. That's spot on, someone added. The streamer's all about speed, though I wonder if they're quick in other ways too. Hey, streamer, we haven't had enough yet. Why don't you let that ghost lady out again? And catch her one more time? I chuckled. I'll take you guys ghost hunting again later. I've still got one more reading to do today. Anyone interested better hurry. Just as I was about to draw the final lot, a video call request suddenly popped up. I squinted to see clearly. It was from an unfamiliar account. Seeing the request, I guessed it was Joe Hong's husband. I accepted the call. On the other side of the screen, Yang Wei Hao and his two companions stood outside a gated community. Master, we've arrived at the place you mentioned. Yang Wei Hao hesitated before asking, weren't we supposed to confront my relative? What are we doing here? I remember she doesn't live in this area. I smiled mysteriously. Trust me, go ahead. Yang Wei Hao nodded. Following the address written down, they arrived in front of a villa. They walked up, just about to press the doorbell. Suddenly, the sound of a woman's shrill argument came from inside. Liu Zhipeng, you bastard. If you don't bring our son back, we'll both die right in front of you. Save him. How could I not save him? I love you so much. How could I bear for anything to happen to you and our son? Don't worry, I'll think of another way. But Zhang Xiaoyan wasn't buying it. Stop with your sweet talk. I've already told Yu, the wretched girl of yours, to take the disaster for our son. But you just can't bear to do it, can you? Liu, think carefully. Which is more important, your son or your daughter? If anything happens to our son, you'll live to regret it. Fine, I'll do whatever you want, alright? I'll bring Lily over. Outside the door, Yang Wei Hao and his two cousins stood in shock. They couldn't have imagined that the usually meek and mild Liu Zhipeng, who seemed to obey his wife's every word, had been having an affair all along, and now he was conspiring with his mistress to harm someone else's child. After one failed scheme, he even considered sacrificing his own daughter to shield his illegitimate son from disaster. The group outside couldn't listen any longer. Yang Wei Hao's two cousins pounded angrily on the door, the knocks echoing thunderously. Who is it? Liu Zhipeng snapped irritably. Peeking through the peephole, he saw it was Yang Wei Hao, and in panic, quickly added another lock to the door. Enraged, the two cousins lost their temper. They kicked in the glass, climbed through the window, and opened the door for Yang Wei Hao to enter. Then, with fury blazing, they turned and kicked Liu Zhipeng. You vile, heartless bastard. We're going to kill you. The woman's screams and the man's painful groans echoed through the air. When Yang Wei Hao walked in, he saw Liu Zhipeng being beaten to the ground, crawling desperately to escape his two furious cousins. Wei Hao, brother, please tell them to stop. Don't hit me anymore. Seeing Yang Wei Hao, Liu Zhipeng scrambled and crawled toward him for protection. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Yang Wei Hao handed his phone to his cousin. Big brother, take a break. Let me handle this. With that, he grabbed Liu Zhipeng by the collar and slapped him hard, left and right, making Liu's head spin with stars in his eyes. Yang Wei Hao was filled with rage, wanting to tear him apart. How could such a vile person exist in this world? People like him deserve to be sent to the deepest pits of hell. Zhang Xiaoyan screamed in terror. Stop it! Who are you people? Breaking into a house and assaulting someone? I'm calling the police. I'm going to sue you all. Go ahead. Yang Wei-hao sneered at her. The bigger the scene, the better. Let his wife see, too. What a spineless rat Liu Zhipeng is, spending her money while keeping a mistress. You're lying! Zheng Xiaoyan spat angrily. What wife? I'm his wife. That wretched woman divorced him long ago. Oh, really? Yang Wei-hao said with interest, eyeing Liu Zhipeng. Funny, because a few days ago your mother came to my house, and she didn't say anything about a divorce. So you're just the mistress. Why not admit it openly? What's the point of pretending to be the real wife? Zheng Xiaoyan's face flushed the color of a pig's liver. Only now did she realize that she had been deceived by Liu Zhipeng all along. Furious, she threw herself at Liu Zhipeng in a frenzy. Zheng Xiaoyan clawed at Liu Zhipeng's face and yanked at his hair. The camera in the live stream shook wildly for a while, before finally stabilizing. The online viewers were having a field day with the drama. This shameless creature, not only did he cheat, he's deceiving both sides. This guy is the scum of the earth. He's hurting not just other people's children, but even his own daughter too. Streamer, what you're doing isn't right. You're encouraging others to break into someone's home. What if someone ends up dead? Who cares about breaking into a house when dealing with this scumbag? Especially when this trash is plotting to harm his own daughter. If Liu Zhipeng's wife found out, imagine how furious she'd be. She'd probably want to take him down with her. Yang Wei-hao, call the police. Seeing Liu Zhipeng beaten beyond recognition, I finally spoke up. Yang Wei-hao, call the police. His phone was still streaming live, so he had his cousin make the call. Liu Zhipeng took the chance to slip away, hiding behind Yang Wei-hao. Yes, call the police. This crazy woman is trying to kill me. Arrest her. You're really calling the police on me? You heartless man. You were the one who deceived me into marriage. So what if I hit you a few times? I worked so hard to give you a son, and now you're calling the police on me? Hearing the mention of his son, Liu Zhipeng's heart softened. Yes, we still have a son together. Wife, they're the ones. They're the ones trying to tear us apart. Liu Zhipeng moved closer to Zheng Xiaoyan again, turning to glare menacingly at Yang Wei-hao and the others. You three broke into my house and assaulted me, but for the sake of family, I'll let it go this time. Now, if you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll have the police arrest all of you. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the entrance. She's your wife? Then who am I? Chen Lan stormed into the room, her face pale with fury. Hearing the conversation from outside the door had made her so angry that her vision blurred, and she nearly lost her balance. At this moment, her heart felt cold as ice. But she swallowed her rage and walked toward Liu Zhipeng step by step. She wasn't the kind of person who favored sons over daughters. To her, both son and daughter were the same. Both were pieces of her flesh she carried for 9 months. Both were her precious children. Though her husband had complained once or twice about not having a son, before she could even get upset, he would explain that he was just speaking casually, saying he loved both his son and daughter equally. Who would have thought that, just for a son, he would harbor such malicious thoughts? She couldn't accept that the man she shared her bed with was scheming behind her back. What's worse, he was willing to sacrifice their daughter's life to save the son he had with his mistress. In that instant, Chen Lan felt like her whole world was crumbling. She swayed on her feet, but Yang Wei-hao quickly reached out to steady her, preventing her from falling. You've got to stay strong. Don't forget, you still have your daughter. The thought of her daughter immediately gave Chen Lan strength. She rolled up her sleeves, her eyes now sharp as knives, fixed on Liu Zhipeng. When Liu Zhipeng saw Chen Lan rolling up her sleeves, his heart sank. Instinctively, he tried to turn and run, but Yang Wei-hao grabbed him firmly. and threw him back in front of his wife. Liu Zhipeng, now scared to the point of collapse, was like a puddle of mush on the floor. It was as if all the strength had been drained from him. He couldn't even crawl to his feet. All he could do was tremble as he spoke. Wife, what are you doing here? Chenlan stared at the man before her with deep disappointment. She slapped Liu Zhipeng hard across the face. What am I doing here? I came to see what my wonderful husband has been up to, the great father of my daughter, and the despicable things you've done behind our backs. I must have been blind to fall for someone like you. A man with such a venomous heart. Wife, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Your slaps are too strong. I'm in so much pain. Knocked to the ground by her slap, Liu Zhipeng could only kneel and beg for mercy. Chenlan, seething with anger, clenched her teeth, gathering her strength. She landed another forceful slap, one that whistled through the air. Wife! Who's your wife? That woman standing over there is your wife. Please stop hitting me. I really know I was wrong. I was just fooling around with her. It wasn't serious. The person I truly love is still you. Zheng Xiaoyan, who had been about to intervene, stopped in her tracks upon hearing his words, and stepped back again. Chenlan let out a cold snort, then yanked her hand free from his grasp, and continued slapping his face mercilessly as if slaps were free. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Great slap, amazing slap. He's yelping like a beaten dog. Hit him harder. Sister, why did you go easy? No worries, I'll bring you some food. Eat up and get your strength back to slap him even harder. Cuckold queen. Though I can't support you physically, I'm cheering for you mentally. Don't soften up. Yank all his hair out. Scratch his face to shreds. And cut off his little. This is so satisfying. If I were there in person, I'd definitely throw in a few kicks myself. Sister, don't just focus on hitting him. Make sure you gather evidence so you can kick him out with nothing. Leaving even a single penny to a man like this is a crime. Chenlan was hitting him with satisfaction, and most of the viewers in the live stream were watching with equal satisfaction. Of course, there were always a few holier-than-thou commenters online. I don't think the man did anything wrong. All he wanted was to save his son, right? What good are girls anyway? It's the son who continues the family line. People who say not to leave him a penny are disgusting. The child is innocent. Without money, how will he survive? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not giving him a son. If you had, none of this would have happened. It's just letting your daughter take a bit of bad luck. Doesn't mean she'd die. If it were me, I'd save the son first too. At this point, the more Chenlan hit, the angrier she became. The more she hit, the more wrong she felt. Tears began streaming down her face. It's bad enough you cheated on me, but the worst thing you did, the unforgivable thing, was scheming to hurt Lily. She's my daughter. She's my everything. How dare you use her to save your illegitimate son? If you dare to harm her, I'll kill you myself. Seeing that his wife was really serious and in unbearable pain, Liu Zhipeng turned to Zheng Xiaoyan for help. Xiaoyan, help me. I'm Longlong's father. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyan glanced at Chenlan, but the sight of her made her shudder with fear. She quickly backed away, and once she felt she was at a safe distance, she spat in Liu Zhipeng's direction. We were just having fun. Did you really think this was serious? At this point, I stepped in and interrupted. Apologies. Hold on a second, I interrupted. Liu Zhipeng, it seems your fate only ever had room for one daughter. Chenlan, exhausted from the beating, paused as she heard me call for a stop. What do you mean? So the son isn't Liu Zhipeng's? Does that mean the mistress has been cheating on him too? Yang Wei Hao and the others, who had been watching with great interest, were left stunned as well. Oh man, today has been a wild ride. This gossip is just too juicy. It's like watching villains getting their comeuppance. Absolutely thrilling. I can't stop laughing. Chenlan was first in disbelief, but quickly caught on. She began to mock him with a sneer. Liu Zhipeng. This is what they call karma. So you've been raising someone else's son all this time. Liu Zhipeng stood there completely dumbfounded. His face, swollen like a pig's head, was expressionless. That's impossible, impossible. Who are you? Why are you lying to me? Her name is Zheng Xiaoyan. She graduated from the University of Irresponsibility. She's someone who doesn't want to work hard, but dreams of wearing designer clothes and carrying luxury bags. She's been using her status as a mistress to make money off people. And the child, he's her ex-boyfriend Casey's. In just a few moments, I exposed all of Zheng Xiaoyan's dirty secrets. The moment these words were said, Chen Lin and the others had a mix of shock, disbelief, and amusement all over their faces. The online viewers were overjoyed, lighting up the chat with excitement. Ha ha ha! My laugh is as loud as a barbell hitting the floor. Oh wow! This mistress really thought she could play the game of life and win. Huh? The wheel of karma spins swiftly. No one escapes its grasp. Streamer, you're absolutely savage. That was flawless execution. A viewer named Neighbor Wong replied, this time, it really wasn't me. At that moment, Liu Zhipeng saw the guilty, evasive look on Zheng Xiaoyan's face. She really does have another man. And she even urged me to use my daughter's life to save someone else's son? You wretched woman, I'll kill you. Liu Zhipeng, consumed with regret, gritted his teeth and roared in anger. At this point, things had escalated beyond control. Zheng Xiaoyan, seeing no way out, decided to throw all caution to the wind. Ha! I would have given you a son, but are you even capable of that? You're as weak as a bean sprout. How could I bear your child? And now you have the nerve to blame me? At least I let you play father for a few years. Liu Zhipeng's face flushed red with rage at Zheng Xiaoyan's words. He was furious and embarrassed, and slapped Zheng Xiaoyan hard. You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Neither of us will walk away from this unscathed. The two of them began grappling and fighting, while the rest of us just stood by watching the spectacle unfold, with no intention of breaking it up. In the end, Yang Wei Hao found the disaster-averting talisman in the room, which had been inscribed with birth dates. He burned the talisman. Soon after, the police arrived and took control of the situation. Once the live stream ended, the audience, still savoring the drama, felt unsatisfied. The screen was filled with gifts from viewers. This is way more entertaining than watching people sing or dance. That was awesome. Totally worth it. It even made up for missing out on the ghost catching earlier. This gossip was juicy. After wrapping up that prediction, I quickly ended the stream and headed to the street food market. 2 days later, I started another live stream. As soon as I opened the stream, I was greeted by a flood of complaints. I've never seen such an unprofessional streamer. Always streaming so inconsistently. Can you stream every day, please? For someone as nosy as me, the wait is unbearable. I ignored the complaints. And with a cheerful smile, I said, today I'll be doing 3 readings. If you're in need, don't hesitate to join. The first one selected was a user named Little Treasure of the God of Wealth. When the connection went through, a slightly overweight man in his 40s appeared, wearing a thick gold chain as big as a thumb. It was obvious this man was the classic image of a nouveau rich. The livestream chat suddenly filled with a jealous tone, with comments like rich dude and big spender lighting up the screen. As soon as the call started, the wealthy man spoke urgently. Streamer, something's gone wrong with the new house I built in my hometown. I picked up my tea-infused thermos, gently blew on it, and took a couple of sips. What happened? Take your time and explain. Here's the thing. My name is Wu Jinsong. In the past few years, I've made some money in business. So I decided to return to my hometown and build a villa. I wanted the whole family to live together. It would be lively and fun. But with that, the foundation of the old house was too small. So I applied for a new plot of land. At the time, the only available space in the village was an abandoned mansion at the village entrance, which happened to be the perfect size. It was an old house from the late Qing dynasty, and it had been abandoned for many years. I thought the location and size were perfect, so I decided to build the villa there. I hired a construction crew, tore down the ruins, and started digging the foundation. But as soon as we started digging, things went wrong. The excavator was working steadily when suddenly, a strange white smoke emerged from beneath the ruins. It seemed like we had dug up something. After clearing everything away, we discovered there was a coffin buried underneath. The coffin was covered in strange symbols, wrapped tightly in layers of thread. The excavator had already dug a large hole into the coffin, and the threads had snapped. I set down my cup, casually asking, "What about the corpse inside? Did you see it?" "No, not really." Wu Jinsong let out a deep breath and gave a bitter laugh. I peered through the broken part, but it was too dark inside to see anything clearly. I quickly hired a Taoist priest to set up an altar and perform rituals. We burned a lot of incense and joss paper, and then reburied the coffin in a newly selected grave. Only then did we resume construction. Things went smoothly for the next 2 months. With the weather warming up, I set up some tents near the new house, so the workers could sleep there at night, instead of going back and forth. Everything was fine at first, no issues at all. But last night, something happened. I let out a light "oh" and asked, "What happened?" "Something haunted the place." "Yes." Wu Jinsong nodded, then suddenly shook his head. "Actually, no. It wasn't a ghost. It was a zombie." I couldn't help but find this interesting. A zombie? It's been a long time since I've heard about one of those. Hearing me mention zombies, Wu Jinsong nodded fervently, like a bobblehead. Yes, it was a zombie, with its arms stretched out, hopping around. The viewers in the chat got excited. Wow, a zombie! Of course, only extraordinary people get chosen by the streamer. This guy's got some serious luck. Imagine digging up a zombie while laying a foundation. That's some next-level fortune. I teased. "You've got incredible luck. You should try buying a lottery ticket." I was scared to death. How could I even think about buying a lottery ticket? At that moment, one of the workers who stayed up late had just lain down and hadn't fallen asleep yet. Then he saw a white figure, dressed in a Qing dynasty official's robe, hopping right into the tent. The zombie stared at him like it was watching a monkey. Another young guy, half asleep, got up to go to the bathroom, when suddenly he saw a creature covered in white fur, stretching its arms and staring at him. He screamed in terror and fainted on the spot. The white-furred monster, startled by his scream, leapt 3 feet into the air, and before long it had vanished. The rest of the workers, who were still awake, were so scared they wet themselves. After the white figure disappeared, they all ran to my house, crowding into my yard, refusing to go back to the site no matter what. That very night, I had a terrible nightmare. Wu Jinsong, now recalling the events, was visibly shaken, his lips trembling. I dreamed of a zombie dressed in official robes, with long, sharp fangs, and covered in white fur. Stretching its claws, it hopped all the way to my house, and strangled more than 10 of my family members. It even ate my infant child. I was so terrified I woke up screaming. That entire night, none of us dared to sleep again. We just stayed up until morning. As soon as the sun came up, the construction workers left without even asking for their pay. I couldn't eat either, and hurriedly went to ask the Taoist priest for help again. But when he heard the situation, he refused to come back, saying this matter was too serious for him to handle. He said only his master could deal with it, but his master was out of town and wouldn't return for another 2 weeks. After that, a friend of mine recommended you. I had no other choice, so I came to find you. From the way you're talking, it sounds like coming to me was a last resort. No, not at all. Not forced, Wu Jinsong said with an ingratiating smile. Master, do you think that white-furred creature was the kind of zombie we see in the movies? Based on your description, there's an 80 to 90% chance it was a zombie. Generally speaking, when a person dies, they become a ghost. But zombies are neither human nor ghost. They form from immense resentment built up from an unresolved death, combined with absorbing the essence of moonlight or due to the geomantic energy of a grave site. This results in a corpse transforming into a zombie. What you encountered was likely a white furred zombie, which is the lowest and most basic form of a zombie. The white furred zombie's entire skin and fur are white. Because it's newly turned, it has very weak abilities. It fears sunlight, fire, water, poultry, and even humans. This white-furred zombie is still in its early stages, but if it absorbs enough negative energy and evolves into a black-furred zombie, it will start feeding on poultry and livestock. Eventually, it will start eating people. And when that happens, your entire village will be in danger. Wu Jinsong was terrified. What? Is it really that serious? I nodded. But there's no need to panic. It's still just a white-furred zombie, and they're easy to deal with. Send me your contact information in a private message. I'll come to you right away. Hearing that I could solve the problem, Wu Jinsong visibly relaxed. As long as it can be handled, that's all I care about. I'll stay at home and wait for you. Then I turned to the viewers in the live stream and said, "All right. That's it for today. I'm off to catch a zombie. I'll do the remaining." 2 readings later. With that, I waved goodbye. I shut off the live stream directly. Wu Jinsong, who had been anxiously awaiting my arrival, nearly burst into tears when he saw me. Following my instructions, Wu Jinsong quickly led me to the spot where the coffin was buried. Once he realized he wasn't needed anymore, he quickly scurried away and hid behind a tree, opening the livestream on his phone to watch from a distance. The newly buried grave had already been dug open. Inside was a black, intricately carved wooden coffin, covered in talismanic symbols. Scattered around were pieces of ink string and iron nails. The coffin lid had been flipped to the side. A foul stench wafted from the open coffin. I clicked my tongue. A soul-locking talisman, and spirit-suppressing nails. Wow! The person who buried this coffin must have had serious hatred for the deceased, sealing their soul, preventing them from reincarnating. Beyond the foul air, I could sense an ominous energy. And mixed within that was a faint trace of demonic energy. It was very faint, almost gone, but I could still feel it. I frowned slightly, though I didn't know exactly what kind of creature it was. The lingering demonic energy alone was enough to indicate its strength. It must have been cultivating for at least 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. Chasing after that creature now would be impossible, as long as it doesn't harm anyone. I have no reason to interfere with it. I scanned the area. There was a mountain behind the village, and with the sun high in the sky, it was likely the zombie, which fears sunlight, had hidden in the mountain. I took out a talisman paper and folded it into the shape of a crane. I dipped it in the coffin, murmured a few incantations, and the paper crane flapped its wings, flying towards the mountain. Meanwhile, Wu Jinsong, the typical mix of clumsy and curious, watched closely from his hiding spot. Wu Jinsong followed me at a safe distance, phone in hand. Too close and he was scared. Too far and he couldn't see clearly. This distance was just right. Meanwhile, fans who had been complaining about my absence were surprised to find out that Wu Jinsong was live streaming my zombie hunt. A swarm of fans rushed into his stream, and the number of viewers shot up to over 100,000 in no time. I followed the paper crane up to a point midway up the mountain, where behind some overgrown weeds, a cave about the height of a person was hidden. The paper crane circled the cave entrance twice, before finally landing on my shoulder. Retrieving the paper crane, I stepped into the cave. Even before entering, a foul stench hit my nose. As soon as I stepped inside, a large boulder, wrapped in a gust of cold wind, flew straight at me. I easily dodged it, and saw a white-furred zombie standing in the corner of the cave. It wore a black official's robe embroidered with cranes. and had an official's hat, with a long braid hanging down its back. The fur on its body had started to turn gray, indicating it was beginning to evolve into a black-furred zombie. The white-furred zombie reeked of a disgusting stench, and with its eyes now entirely white, it stared at me, part fearful, part vicious. I couldn't help but laugh at the conflicted expression it wore. I teased it, saying, "Who are you trying to scare with that ugly face?" The zombie bared its teeth and hopped forward a bit, then jumped back again. Judging by its movements, it seemed torn between attacking me and fleeing. Wu Jinsong, seeing me enter the cave, was filled with indecision. But curiosity got the best of him, and he followed me inside. The overwhelming stench immediately brought tears to his eyes. "Don't look back," I warned him, but it was already too late. Wiping his tears, Wu Jinsong sensed movement behind him. He turned his head to look. As soon as he did, he found himself face to face with the zombie, barely half a meter apart. Both Wu Jinsong and the zombie let out a simultaneous scream. The zombie spewed foul, sticky mucus all over his face. The viewers focused on the live stream first jumped in fright at the sight of the zombie up close. Then they saw a thick, slimy substance splattering all over the screen, as if it were flying directly at them. The experience was so vivid, it felt almost like being there. The intensity was off the charts. Quick on my feet, I kicked Wu Jinsong squarely in the backside, sending him flying out of the cave. Without looking back, I called out, "Stay out, stop causing trouble." Wu Jinsong quietly agreed, using his shirt to wipe his face. Still holding his phone, he crouched by the cave entrance, peeking inside, both nervous and excited. The white-furred zombie wasn't dumb. Sensing that I was not someone to mess with, it turned, bared its teeth, and roared in fury, before suddenly charging at Wu Jinsong. Wu Jinsong had barely taken another look when he heard the beastly roar, accompanied by a wave of stench so strong it made his eyes water. Something was rushing toward him. "Holy crap, smells awful," he cried. Unable to bear the stench, Wu Jinsong began vomiting on the spot. It looked like things were about to go badly for Wu Jinsong, but I reacted swiftly. Just as the white-furred zombie leapt into the air, I grabbed hold of its braid and yanked hard, trying to slam it to the ground. The force of the pull was intense, but whether it was too strong or the braid was too old, something gave way. In one swift motion, I yanked the entire braid off the white-furred zombie. Its officials had tumbled off, rolling a couple of times before landing nearby. The zombie looked completely stunned. It froze in place, its hollow eye staring at the hair in my hand, fixated on it for quite a while. In the chat, someone commented, "Wow, a zombie without hair isn't a proper zombie." Ha ha ha! Zombie bro, I'm not laughing at you. I just needed to cool my teeth off a bit. I looked down at the hair in my hand and awkwardly placed it on a nearby rock. I laughed a couple of times. "Oops, sorry about that. Got a bit too carried away. How about I glue it back for you?" The white-furred zombie let out a furious roar. That roar only seemed to ignite its rage. It seemed deeply insulted by the whole ordeal, flailing its arms wildly. It screamed and rushed at me, intent on fighting to the death. I didn't move, but raised my hand and traced a symbol in the air. In its blind fury, the white-furred zombie suddenly stopped in its tracks, its body trembling in fear. It turned and bolted in terror. With a quick step, I blocked the cave entrance. With nowhere left to run, the zombie desperately wished it could burrow into the walls. Its gray-white fur stood on end in fear. As it stared at the glowing talisman floating in the air, it screeched loudly, as if pleading for mercy. If not for its stiff, unbendable legs, it would have been kneeling to beg already. "Your name is Su Sharhua. Your family has been in business for generations. When it came to your turn, you even managed to bring honor to your ancestors, becoming a county magistrate. Though your rank wasn't high, you served the people with diligence, but you never expected to be betrayed and murdered by your wife and the steward. And with sorcery, they bound your soul, preventing you from reincarnating. Even the two sons you loved most weren't your biological children, but the illegitimate offspring of your wife and the steward. You were indeed a pitiful soul, considering that you were a good official in life. And since you haven't done evil after death, I will cleanse the malevolent energy from your body and let you enter the cycle of reincarnation once again. Do you agree? My words stirred Sushawa's memories of his life. Filled with resentment, he wanted to seek revenge on his wife and the steward. Sensing his thoughts, I added, "Your wife and the steward tried to flee with your family's wealth, but they were killed by bandits on the way, and the wealth was looted. After death, they were cast into the animal realm, receiving their due punishment. The karmic cycle from your past life is complete. It's time for you to let go. I'll ask you one last time. Do you wish to reincarnate? If not, I'll have no choice but to disperse your soul." Susharhua wept bitterly, his tears filled with hatred, sorrow, frustration, but also a sense of release. Finally, he settled into a calm silence. With his arms outstretched, he hopped twice, signaling his willingness. Good. I formed a hand seal, murmuring incantations, as golden talismans dissolved into Sushawa's body. In the glow of the talisman, his white fur gradually shed away. His fangs shortened, and his appearance reverted to how he looked in life. Except for one detail, he was still bald. Noticing his shiny bald head, I waved apologetically, and the long braid on the ground floated back onto his head, as if it had never fallen off. Sushawa's soul had been trapped inside the coffin for hundreds of years, always dreaming that if he could ever escape, he would hunt down those two people, eat their flesh and drink their blood, and ensure they could never reincarnate. But unexpectedly, everything had come to an abrupt end. Not only was he free, but he had a chance to be reborn. With tears in his eyes, he knelt down, bowing his head to me 3 times with gratitude. Go now! Your path ahead is bright. Do not look back. As I recited the final incantation, the white-furred zombie's figure began to fade away, disappearing along with the golden light. Satisfied, I glanced at the shimmering karmic light of merit that fell upon me. Not bad. Restoring my former cultivation will happen in no time. Then I noticed Wu Jinsong sitting on the ground, staring in stunned silence. I spoke up. Have you seen enough? Let's go. Go back and burn the coffin. That was so fast, Master. You're amazing. Wu Jinsong quickly scrambled to his feet, grinning and giving me a thumbs up. When we returned to the burial site, I flicked a talisman into the air. It landed on the coffin, instantly igniting into flames. In moments, the coffin was reduced to ash. As the fire crackled and consumed the remains, Wu Jinsong couldn't help but sigh. That coffin was an antique, probably worth a lot of money. What a pity. I glanced at him. If you like it so much, I'll dig one up for you. No, no, no! Master, please don't joke like that. I don't have the luck for that. Wu Jinsong frantically waved his hands to refuse. Then he greeted his live stream audience and ended the stream. Turning to me, he asked, Master, how much is your fieldwork fee? I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing this, I smiled faintly and raised one finger. Seeing this, Wu Jinsong felt a bit uneasy. One finger. How much could that be? Can't you change the master? Otherwise, what if I end up with bad luck later? After thinking it over, Wu Jinsong gritted his teeth and transferred 1 million yuan. I stared at the notification for a moment, stunned, then broke into a wide smile. Feeling pleased, I patted Wu Jinsong on the shoulder and said approvingly, You have promise. I handed him a dozen protective talismans, along with my phone number. Then in high spirits, I left. The fortune from recent readings and various gifts had all added up to quite a substantial amount. My merit had also grown significantly. I was very satisfied. It felt like I was on the verge of achieving something great. After returning home with nothing better to do, I checked the time. It was just after 1 p.m. So I decided to take a stroll to the nearest park. Finding a shady spot under a tree, I sat down. I started a live stream. As soon as the stream went live, thousands of viewers flooded in. The screen was filled with colorful gift animations, and the viewer count was climbing rapidly. There were still 2 readings left unfinished from yesterday. If you need one, better hurry. Same rules, grab the lucky draw bag. Get ready. The first person to win the lucky draw was a user named reviewanime. Congratulations to this user. I've sent you the video call request. After sending some gifts, the user accepted immediately. The screen split in 2. On the other side was an ordinary-looking man, around 27 or 28 years old. As soon as the call connected, I smiled warmly and greeted him. So, what would you like to know? I want to ask about my love life. My girlfriend is a flight attendant. She's always super busy. So I want to know when we'll be able to get married. The audience, as always, was especially interested in gossip like this. Buddy, not to discourage you, but ... Flight attendants are all fair-skinned, tall, and beautiful. With your looks, what flight attendant would fall for you? The man, seeing all the disbelief flooding the screen, became a little anxious. My girlfriend really is a flight attendant. I glanced at the birth details and face analysis he had sent me via private message, and slightly shook my head. Based on your birth chart and facial features, you don't have any current love prospects. That's impossible. The man looked at me in disbelief. We've been dating for over 6 months. How could that be? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I could see what he was thinking at a glance. But I remained firm. I didn't make a mistake. No matter how many times I calculate, the result is the same. You don't currently have a marriage connection. The man seemed bewildered, instinctively arguing, that can't be right. We talk every day. I haven't even deleted a single chat log. He pulled out another phone and started scrolling through their chat history. As he scrolled and talked, I suddenly stopped him. Bring the phone closer. Hearing this, he moved the phone closer to the camera. The screen displayed a picture of a woman. Here's my girlfriend. Look closely, streamer. I glanced at the woman's image on the screen. She was indeed quite beautiful. The woman in this photo is real, but she's not your girlfriend. The man became agitated. She is my girlfriend, even though we don't meet often. We've seen each other 2 or 3 times. At this point, some viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back anymore. Brother, I don't mean to break it to you, but you're just a simp in this situation. She's never going to marry you, man. Just give it up. The man retorted, you're all just bitter and cynical. You don't even know the full story, and you're already making stuff up. Can't you watch your mouth and be a little kinder? She's not that kind of person. I'm sure she likes me. We met last year when I was on a flight. I wasn't feeling well at the time. She was the one who found a doctor and got me medicine. Later, I wanted to find a way to thank her, and by chance, I ran into her again. Peng Hui hurriedly explained how he and his girlfriend had met, detailing the entire story. They had only met 3 times in person, and the rest of the time was an online relationship. After hearing his explanation, I said, this doesn't sound like a real relationship at all. She sent you a few photos, but how do you know it's really the person in the pictures? Here, I'll give you the real Han Yi's phone number. You can call and confirm. He dialed the number I gave him. After finishing his conversation with the real Han Yi, Peng Hui stood there, holding his phone, looking like the life had been drained out of him. His eyes began to sting with tears. Seeing his devastated expression, I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him and quickly offered some comfort. As the saying goes, a setback might just be a blessing in disguise. Your true love will come in a year's time. Peng Hui's eyes reddened. He looked at me in confusion. Streamer, what do you mean by that? I gave him a mysterious smile. Some secrets of heaven can't be revealed. You'll understand in time. Peng Hui, thinking I was just trying to comfort him, nodded sadly and ended the call. After the call ended, I turned back to the audience and said, "Alright, let's move on to the second lucky draw." A user named Judge of the Living connected the call. Soon, a pale-faced man appeared on the screen. Judge of the Living sent several heart-shaped angel gifts and smiled at me. "Streamer, tell me how much longer do I have to live?" I pressed my lips together, looking at him carefully. "Are you sure you want me to calculate this?" After receiving his confirmation, I spoke. "Very well. This reading is on the house. No fee needed. You don't need to return the money. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Judge of the Living smiled and picked up a string of Buddhist prayer beads from the table, slowly moving his long fingers over them. I watched him quietly, with a certain unexplainable emotion in my eyes. "You shouldn't have come to me." Judge of the Living seemed intrigued. "Why do you say that?" I didn't hold back. "If you hadn't contacted me today, you would have had one more month to live. But now you only have a week." He froze, then chuckled. "Tell me the reason." My gaze turned complicated. "You've been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and you only had 1 month left." Judge of the Living asked, "Then why is it only a week now?" "Because you killed someone. If you hadn't contacted me, you could have hidden the truth for a month, but in the end, you would have turned yourself in before you die. Now that you've reached out to me, your secret is exposed. You can't hide it anymore. Tonight, you'll be arrested, and within a week, you'll face a firing squad." The livestream chat exploded with comments. "Ha ha ha! Awkward, huh? Asking weird questions leads to strange answers. Streamers' responses are really out there. Streamer is really going all out for attention, huh? Saying whatever comes to mind without a filter." Judge of the Living suddenly froze, his smile fading, and the prayer beads in his hand stopped moving. But soon enough, he regained his composure and smiled again. "So you say I killed someone? Then why don't you tell me who it was?" I looked at him with a tinge of sympathy. "You're from the South, born in a rural village. Your father died in a car accident when you were 5. Your mother remarried. And your stepfather had a bad temper, loved drinking and gambling. Every time he lost money, he'd beat both you and your mother. Your mother always shielded you, and would end up battered and bruised. When you were 8, your mother tried to run away with you. But on a bridge, your stepfather caught up with you. In a fit of rage, he pushed both of you off the bridge. Though you survived by sheer luck, your mother lost her life. You spent the rest of your childhood in an orphanage until you turned 18. Am I right?" Hearing this, Judge of the Living showed signs of emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. "Yes, everything you said is true. That bastard killed my mother. But I had no proof, so I had to watch him walk free." I spoke softly. "So after leaving the orphanage at 18, the first person you killed was your stepfather?" He raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you do have some skills." "That's right. I followed him for a month and waited until he was drunk. You pushed him into the same river where your mother died. There were no cameras in that area, and his death was ultimately ruled an accidental drowning." The viewers in the live stream were all wide-eyed in shock. Did I just hear that? He actually admitted it. Oh my god, is this real or fake? Maybe this is all staged to get views? What kind of live stream is this? I just joined, and I hear someone confessing to murder. Judge of the Living continued calmly, fingering his prayer beads. "Besides that, what else can you figure out?" I thought for a moment, then spoke. "Later, you committed a few robberies. In total, you stole 36,800 yuan. Judge of the Living smirked, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. "Not bad. You even figured out the exact amount. Spot on." I smiled and replied, "I not only know about the robberies, I also know what you did with the stolen money." "Oh, then tell me, what did I spend it on?" I glanced at him. "The money you stole. You spent it all on visiting brothels." The viewers suddenly perked up. Whoa, he stole money just to visit brothels. This shocks me for the whole year. Yet, Judge of the Living showed no sign of embarrassment. Yes, I did spend the money on that. I looked at him with a complicated expression. But your purpose in visiting brothels wasn't like others. You were looking for someone. Before he could respond, I continued. While working a job, you met a girlfriend. You two were happily together for 3 years. But one day, she suddenly disappeared. You searched everywhere and found out that she might have been taken by a human trafficking ring. So you went to those kinds of places, hoping to find her. Judge of the Living's face changed slightly, and the prayer beads in his hand stopped moving. Although the incident had happened a long time ago, the memory still brought tears to his eyes. His voice choked up as he continued. I searched for 2 whole years before I finally found her. She was being held by a gang, forcing her into prostitution. There were more than 10 other girls who were taken along with her. Those people, they treated the girls as commodities, beating and abusing them to make a profit. They didn't have clothes to cover themselves, and barely had enough food to survive. In the end, I was still too late. When I arrived with the police, she had already passed away. You don't know what kind of torture she endured. Her life had already been so hard. Why did she have to suffer even more? I was so angry. I hated the heavens for always tormenting the weak. I sighed deeply, looking at him with a meaningful expression. But that time, you did manage to save 10 other girls. Judge of the Living closed his eyes in sorrow. But the one I wanted to save the most was already gone. The live stream fell into a long silence. Then the chat burst into a flood of messages. Why do I suddenly feel like crying? Is this what it takes to compete as a streamer now? Making up such tragic stories? Revenge for his mother. Visiting brothels just to save his girlfriend. It's kind of intriguing. I ignored the comments and continued speaking. Soon after, you were diagnosed with terminal cancer. You, feeling hopeless and weary of life, gave up on treatment. But just as you were about to end your own life, you encountered a girl sitting on the street, crying, because she had been harassed by her boss. This triggered something in you, and from that moment on, you began your mission to punish the wicked. You swore that anyone the law couldn't bring to justice would be punished by you. Judge of the Living became emotional. That's right. I hate the injustice of this world. I hate the heavens for being blind. Why is it that there are so many people who abuse their power, their status, and their wealth to oppress and humiliate others, and yet they still escape justice and live freely? Meanwhile, some people work themselves to the bone, already struggling to survive, yet they continue to face humiliation and torment. If the law can't deal with them, then I will. I will make sure they face the punishment they deserve. After that, you exposed a boss who was bullying his employees. You ambushed and beat up a man who was about to assault someone, a con artist who scammed the elderly out of their money. You chopped off 2 of his fingers and left them at the police station. A human trafficker who sold 18 children. You stabbed him 18 times. And the rich kid who caused a hit-and-run accident. You ended his life in the same way. Though you saved many people and helped many more, you also killed a lot of people. But your actions still broke the law. So in the end, you two will face legal consequences. Judge of the Living nodded, his face neither joyful nor sorrowful. His deep eyes seemed to be gazing through the screen, into the distance. I know what I've done is wrong, but I just wanted to bring light to the places the sun doesn't reach. To bring just a little light, and to make sure there are fewer pitiful souls like me in this world. My illness is worsening by the day, and I'm no longer capable of doing more. I had already planned to turn myself in. Whether it was a day sooner or later, it wouldn't make much difference. Do you regret doing all of this? He smiled, his expression unwavering, and answered firmly, No, I don't. I sighed. Tonight, there are police officers watching this live stream. In less than half an hour, they'll find you. Judge of the living smiled at me. Aren't you afraid I'll run? If I'm telling you this, it's because I know you won't. You just said yourself you were planning to surrender. Judge of the living let out a laugh. You're an interesting person. One last thing. I want to know after I die, will I be able to see my mom and my girlfriend? I shook my head and said, no! They've already reincarnated. Reincarnated, good. A hint of regret flickered across Judge of the Living's face, but more than that, he seemed happy for them. After a brief hesitation, he asked, are they doing well? They'll have a much better life than before, and at the very least, they'll live in peace until old age. Hearing this, Judge of the Living smiled. That smile was full of joy for them, and also a sense of release for himself. That's good. Thank you. I returned his smile. No need to thank me. Go open the door. Your guests have arrived. The last scene of the video was the image of the police entering, and then the call was cut off. All I want to say is, don't offer advice if you haven't suffered someone's pain. The law must never bow to injustice. In silence, you either explode or perish. Justice may be delayed, but it will always arrive. This last reading left me feeling a bit heavy-hearted. It reflected the helplessness of those at the bottom of society, not only the struggles of life, but the harm they endure, and the grievances they have no place to express, which force them down a wrong path. Alright, that's it for today. Goodbye, everyone. I was about to end the stream, but the viewers weren't having it. Streamer, you haven't finished yet. You can't leave now. The protests were too loud to ignore. Sighing, I clicked my tongue. After all, I still rely on them to make a living. I had planned to take a break, but seeing as you all are my bread and butter, I'll do one more reading. Why just one? Why not 3? I explained. Reading fortunes takes a toll on my mental energy. After all, it's revealing the secrets of heaven. Doing to many will shorten my lifespan, and I still plan to live a few more years. Alright, stop fussing. Whoever's ready, get prepared. I'm sending out the lucky draw bag now. Congratulations to the user named Young Master Zhang. Get ready. I'm about to connect with you. Young Master Zhang sent 10 heart-shaped angel gifts and accepted the call. The screen soon split into 2 videos. On one side there was me, and on the other, a man with dyed yellow hair, wearing earrings, and dressed with an air of cockiness. As soon as the call connected, he quickly spoke about his situation. Master, strange things have been happening around me lately. The moment I saw him, I narrowed my eyes ever so slightly, but enough to notice something. What kind of strange things? When I leave the house, I get lost. It's like I keep walking but can never seem to reach my destination. Every day before 7 a.m., I get woken up by a rolling pin. There's no one there, just a rolling pin floating in the air, hitting me. If I stay up late at night, it hits me too. And the food I put in the fridge, it just disappears without a trace. I tolerated all of that. But the worst part is, I always lose at mahjong. Not once have I won. Master, do you think there's a ghost in my house? Hearing this, I didn't answer directly. Instead, I asked, what about your parents? The man, caught off guard by my question, paused for a moment. They disappeared. Then why didn't you ask me to check where they are? I already reported it to the police. I'm sure they'll find them. He repeated his question. So is there a ghost in my house? I nodded, yes, there is a ghost. Is it my parents? My face remained emotionless, unreadable. But my tone was cold. Didn't you just say your parents were missing? So how do you know they're dead? The man looked up and met my gaze, feeling an intense chill down his spine, as if I could see straight through his soul. I dreamed of them covered in blood, saying goodbye to me. So I thought something might have happened to them. My parents loved me the most, so they must have come back to check on me. I raised an eyebrow. You just said they were missing. And now you're saying they might have died. Isn't that a contradiction? The man broke into a cold sweat under my gaze. His eyes began to dart nervously. I'm just worried something bad happened to them. I want to know who the ghost is in my house. Can you get rid of it? I stayed silent, only giving him a meaningful look. My gaze made him feel increasingly uneasy. It was as if my eyes were stripping away his defenses, exposing his fears. He felt terrified, anxious. Instinctively, he wanted to avoid my stare. That's when I finally spoke. Your name is Zhang Zhigang. Your father's name was Zhang Qingyun. And your mother's name was Suli Yuan, correct? Zhang Zhigang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing himself to answer. Yes, that's right. 3 months ago, your parents disappeared. They had only you as a son, so you naturally inherited everything. 2 months ago, you sold your family's extra properties and cars. Last month, you sold the company your father worked so hard to build over decades. And now, this month, you're planning to sell your ancestral home. The viewers in the chat couldn't stay quiet. This guy's a certified loser. No wonder he's getting hit. If I had a son like this, I'd beat him too. That explains the floating rolling pin. If my son squandered everything like this, I'd beat him to death. The ancestors in their graves must be flipping their lids. I continued speaking. Before you turned 7, your family was poor, and you were often mocked and bullied for it. Your parents felt guilty, so they worked day and night to earn money. Eventually, their business started to improve. And to make up for the hardship you endured, they gave you the best of everything. Whatever you wanted, they provided. Zhang Zhigang stiffened, his neck tightening as he tried to defend himself. They only had me as a son. Earning money was for me to spend, wasn't it? After I got into college, you spent your days hanging out with a group of bad friends, getting into fights, causing trouble. You wore designer clothes and dined at fancy restaurants, throwing away your parents' money like it was nothing. You blew through for over $5,000 a month in living expenses, most of which went to entertaining your so-called friends. After graduation, you lounged around at home, refusing to work and just living off your parents. One time, you beat up a guy so badly over a girl that he ended up in the hospital. Zhang Zhigang smirked, his expression dismissive. I hit him, so what? My family paid him a lot of money, didn't we? Getting a beating and walking away with tens of thousands. He must have been secretly laughing in his sleep. I continued. Later, your father realized that if things kept going like this, you'd be ruined. So he cut off all your credit cards, took back the car, and forced you to get a job. You did start working at your family's company. But all you did was act like a spoiled rich kid and contributed nothing. You nearly caused a disaster once. So your father kicked you out. With no qualifications, you tried delivering food, but barely got any orders. And within 3 days, you were fired for eating customers' food and spitting in it. You tried delivering packages, but you quit halfway through the first day. Exhausted. You even tried driving for a ride-hailing service, but quit after an argument with a passenger over a wrong turn. You worked at a restaurant where you broke so many dishes that what you owed was more than what you earned. You couldn't even hand out flyers properly. After just a few days of living without money, you couldn't stand it. So you started taking out online loans. Later, when the debt collectors came knocking at your door, your parents finally found out. In the end, they helped you pay off the debt. But after a few months of peace, you picked up gambling and ended up owing nearly $1 million in gambling debt. The debt collectors threatened to cut off your fingers if you didn't pay. When you asked your mother for money, it led to an argument, and you accidentally pushed her down the stairs. When your father came home from work, he found your mother lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Furious, he cursed you in his rage. And in a fit of panic and madness, you stabbed him to death. Hearing my words, Zhang Zhigang's face immediately changed. and his voice raised uncontrollably. Stop making things up. How could I ever kill my own parents? I let out a cold laugh. Am I making things up? Aren't their bodies still lying in your garden? At this point, the viewers in the live stream, hearing my words and seeing Zhang Zhigang's reaction, started to realize the truth. It seemed more than likely that this was real. Killing your parents for money. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. Is this even human? This is a monster. To kill your own parents for money. Does anyone know his address? Someone call the police right away. We can't let this scum get away. Definitely need to report this. Even if he's their son, he can't go unpunished. Zhang Zhigang glanced at the chat, and seeing people talking about calling the police, he grew desperate, frantically trying to explain. Don't believe this scammer. He's lying, it's all fake. None of it's true. I didn't kill my parents. I didn't. If what I've said isn't true, then let them speak for themselves. As I spoke, I gestured behind him and said, "Look behind you." In the next second, everyone in the live stream could see it. Behind Zhang Zhigang appeared two ghostly figures. A man and a woman around 50 years old. "Son," hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Zhigang whipped around, his eyes bulging in shock, as if they would pop out. The two ghosts clung to each other, their eyes red with tears, looking at their son. "Son, don't be afraid, we won't harm you. We were the ones at fault. We were too busy with business and didn't raise you properly. But we don't blame you." I didn't spare him any sympathy, furiously berating him. "Zhang Zhigang, open your eyes and look at them. These are your parents. Even after you killed them, they don't blame you. They can't let go of you and refuse to leave. Go away. You're already dead. Why are you still haunting me? I don't need you anymore. Master, I'll give you money. Take them away. Take them all away. I don't want to see them anymore." Zhang Zhigang screamed hysterically at his parents, grabbing anything nearby and throwing it at them. "Get out! Leave me alone." Su Liyuan and her husband held onto each other for support, crying uncontrollably. If we had known he would turn out like this, we should have been stricter when he was a child. But it's too late to regret it now. Su Liyuan looked toward the computer screen, trying to plead for her son. "He turned out like this because of our failures as parents. He killed us, but it's our punishment. We deserve it. We won't hold it against him. We won't hold him accountable for what he's done. Please, Master, help him." I interrupted her words. "Sorry, I can't help him for life. He's broken the law, and he must face the consequences." Zhang Qingyun gently pulled his wife back, sighing as he shook his head. In the distance, the sound of police sirens grew louder. Zhang Zhigang panicked, screaming hysterically, "Why are you arresting me? I'm your son, your own flesh and blood. Didn't you say everything you did was for me? You said you'd give me the best of everything, that you were willing to do anything for me. You even said you'd give your lives if it meant I'd live well. Now you're calling the police on me? Why? Listen to him. Does this even sound like something a person would say? And he says it so self-righteously. This guy is rotten to the core. He should have been stopped the moment he was born. The evil in him should have been snuffed out in the cradle. If I had given birth to something like him, I would have sent him back and started over." The viewers in the live stream all cursed and condemned him. Zhang Zhigang shouted in rage, "You're already dead anyway. Why don't you just go reincarnate peacefully? Why come back to torment me? Are you happy now that I'm suffering? You nagged at me when you were alive, and now that you're dead, you still come back to ruin my life. I hate you both." With that, he ran toward the door. But as soon as he opened it, he came face to face with the arriving police. Startled, Zhang Zhigang staggered back, trying to flee. But the lead officer, a tall and burly man, quickly reached out, Grabbing him by the back of his collar with a swift and firm motion, the officer lifted Zhang Zhigang as if he were a small chicken, hauling him back until the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around his wrists. Only then did Zhang Zhigang begin to feel true fear. He cried, desperately begging his parents for help. "Mom, Dad, save me! I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, Mom, Dad, help me," begged them to let me go. Seeing her son being taken away, Su Liyuan wept bitterly, tears of blood streaming down her face, her heart aching as if she wanted to rush forward and comfort him. But Zhang Qingyun held her back firmly. Su Liyuan, eyes full of tears, looked at Zhang Qingyun. "Maybe our son will really change this time." Zhang Qingyun sighed deeply, as if speaking to his wife. Or perhaps to himself. Everyone must pay for the wrongs they've done. In the end, the consequences must be faced. The couple's bodies were buried shallowly. And with my precise directions, the police soon unearthed them. After Zhang Zhigang was taken away, the spirits of his parents seemed to want to say something. But before they could speak, a chain appeared, wrapping around their necks and dragging them away. As for the extra money Zhang Zhigang paid, it was simply used as a fee to help pass his parents' souls. The livestream's popularity kept rising, and viewers continued to pour in. Teach your kids properly when they're young. If you don't discipline them when it's needed, you won't be able to later. This is what happens when you spoil them too much. You think it's love, but you're actually ruining them. They say spoiling a child is like harming them, and it couldn't be more true. No child is born bad. Many so-called bad kids have one or even a group of bad parents standing behind them. Loving your child is fine, but it must be done with boundaries. But there must always be a boundary. Just as a country has its laws and a family has its rules. Without order, nothing can function properly. When a child makes excessive demands, parents must firmly say no. When a child behaves inappropriately, parents must decisively stop them. That's what truly means doing right by your child. The chat was flooded with comments rolling non-stop. After ending the stream, I calculated the earnings from the recent sessions. Between fortune fees and gift donations, after withdrawing, I was left with 1.05 million yuan. I kept 50,000 for myself and donated the rest. A few days ago, I came across a celebrity who was passionate about charity, and from her face, I could tell she was genuinely doing good deeds, not the kind who seeks fame or secretly embezzles donations. I found her studio's contact information and anonymously transferred the money. After a night of cultivation, it seemed my spiritual power had advanced again. With a single thought, I extended my index finger, and a small, purple flame appeared at its tip, blooming like a radiant lotus, the 9-hell lotus fire, capable of burning away all evil in the world. Before, I was too weak to manifest it. But after my recent training, I could now manage a small flame. Satisfied, I extinguished the flame. I got up and headed to the bathroom. Washing away the impurities expelled during cultivation, I glanced at the clock. 10 a.m. Whatever I ate yesterday had long been burned off. My stomach was empty, and I felt annoying hunger. Not having mastered breatharianism is indeed a hassle. But lately, I've grown to like this kind of hassle. I pulled out my phone and ordered takeout. While waiting for the food, I set up my phone and started the live stream. After much anticipation, the streamer has finally arrived. If anyone has a haunting or needs a reading, step forward now. Within a minute of going live, the viewer count had already surpassed 10,000, and it was still climbing rapidly. Seeing that the numbers were leveling off, I began the lucky draw. The usual rules apply. 3 readings a day. Those who want a reading, get ready. Congratulations to this user, Meng Yao. Prepare yourself. I'm going to connect with you. The video connected, and the other party generously sent a flurry of gifts. But the chat exploded in an instant. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Am I seeing things? That's Zhang Mengyao, isn't it? Look! It's the famous internet celebrity Zhang Mingyao. Isn't she that hot influencer trending right now? Wow, even Mingyao believes in fortune telling? Hey! This half-immortal here. You're lucky that Mingyao reached out to you. Better give her a good reading, understand? If you mess up, we'll get your stream banned. Who do you think you are to talk like that about our Master Su? Do you even know the consequences of offending a master? She just played a mistress in a drama. What's there to be so cocky about? Coming here to act out in front of our Sui. So, Zhang Mingyao, isn't she that popular mistress character? Yeah, Zhang Mingyao is that actress who recently got famous for playing a mistress. She was one of the earliest creators on Duel, making short videos. After gaining followers, she started producing mini-dramas. And recently, she shot to fame for playing a mistress in a viral drama, making her one of the hottest internet celebrities right now. Zhang Mingyao's fans flooded into the livestream, causing the viewer count to multiply several times over. Hello, streamer. And hello, everyone in the chat. It's Mingyao. Zhang Mingyao gracefully tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, smiling warmly as she greeted the audience. Please don't pay too much attention to me. Just treat me like an ordinary person. I want to ask for a reading about marriage. More specifically, I'd like the streamer to help me choose a good wedding date. I furrowed my brows as I examined her face and calmly replied, "You have no destined partner in your life. Yours is the face of solitude. Streamer, you're in trouble now. You just told Zhang Mingyao she has no destined partner? Do you even know? She has a boyfriend right now. Streamer, are you lying without even preparing? Mingyao and brother Hao just got engaged a few days ago. This guy's talking nonsense. How hasn't he been banned yet? Someone call the police. Get this con artist arrested." Zhang Mingyao's fans quickly turned their attacks toward me, accusing me of all sorts of things. But some of my loyal viewers fired back, turning the chat into a chaotic mess. Zhang Mingyao showed a hint of displeasure, but she hid it well, her face still adorned with a friendly smile. Please don't speak about the streamer like that. She just doesn't know much about me. Zhang Mingyao gave a polite smile. Streamer, you've got it wrong. I have a boyfriend, and we've just gotten engaged. My expression remained calm. I didn't make a mistake. Your face shows. No sign of love. In fact, you won't even experience a real relationship, typical of someone fated to be alone. Is that so? The smile on Zhang Mingyao's face faded slightly. She turned her head and called out, "How?" As her voice fell, a male voice responded, "What's the matter, Yao Yao?" A handsome man appeared in the frame. Holy crap, that's the heir of the Baida family. Didn't expect the prince to be here too. Streamer, looks like you're getting proven wrong now. Zhang Mingyao smiled sweetly. I connected with a fortune teller streamer. I wanted to have our relationship read. Why don't you greet the streamer too? Hello, streamer. The man politely greeted the camera, then gently ruffled Zhang Mingyao's hair, his eyes full of affection. What's there to read about our relationship? Our future is obvious, isn't it? Or do you have some other thoughts? Yang Zihao teased her. How could I have other thoughts? Zhang Mingyao playfully glared at him, a little shy. All right, go back to your work. After greeting everyone, Yang Zihao left the screen. But just from the brief glimpse of him, I became even more certain of what I saw. Yang Zihao had two threads on his wrist. One was a half-broken red thread, and the other was a black thread. The black thread was connected to Zhang Mingyao's wrist. The red thread, symbolizing fate and love, should naturally be red, but Yang Zihao's red thread had clearly been deliberately cut, and the black thread was undoubtedly the result of dark magic. Zhang Mingyao raised an eyebrow, looking at me expectantly. Her eyes revealed a hint of uncontainable pride. Streamer, Hao and I are doing just fine. How can you say I won't even have a relationship? Look at me, aren't I in a relationship now? And we're even planning to get married. I repeated calmly. Yang Zihao's true match is not you. Zhang Yao froze for a moment. What do you mean? Are you saying we'll break up? Your relationship was originally taken from someone else. It's not legitimate, so of course it won't last. The chat paused briefly and then exploded. This streamer is really good at telling lies. He's ignoring the facts right in front of him. Zhang Yao's smile vanished, her expression turning cold as she asked, "What do you mean, taken from someone else? Everyone knows Hao loves me. So why would I need to take him from anyone?" I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Does he really love you? Zhang Yao responded with certainty, "Of course." I gave her a chilling glance. Isn't it that you've confused his mind, making him follow your every command? Zhang Yao nervously brushed her bangs aside, trying to hide the panic in her eyes. That's ridiculous. He's not a child. How could I possibly confuse him? If you keep talking nonsense, I might sue you for defamation. You certainly can confuse him, thanks to the little spirit you've been feeding, giving you its power. Hearing this, Zhang Yao jumped to her feet. But then she realized she was on a live stream. So she quickly straightened her clothes and sat back down, forcing a professional smile. Little spirit, I've never heard of such a thing. You can mess with food, but you can't mess with words. You're young. I'll reserve the right to hold you accountable. But I won't argue with you this time. Let's just end it here. Don't continue with these deceptive practices. I won't ask for the reading anymore. And you don't need to return the money. Consider it a gift from me. Zhang Yao had successfully riled up her fan base. This stream is garbage. How dare he defame our Yao Yao? I'm reporting you. Look how kind our Yao Yao is. How could you slander her like that? Do you have no conscience? Has it been eaten by a dog? After Zhang Yao's angry tirade, she tried to end the call. But no matter how many times she tapped the screen, nothing happened. She even tried holding down the power button, but after pressing it repeatedly, it still wouldn't shut off. At this moment, I spoke calmly. Don't bother. We haven't finished talking. I'm not letting you leave until we're done. Zhang Yao was startled. Her voice stammered. Why you stop pretending to be mysterious and scaring people? I'm not afraid of you. Hearing this, I nodded and said, of course not. Someone who turned her own brother into a little spirit wouldn't be afraid of me. These words nearly caused Zhang Yao to collapse in terror. Her hand, which had been pressing the disconnect button, froze midair. Her eyes filled with panic. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone and threw it into the nearby fish tank. She couldn't let me speak any further. If I kept talking, everything she had would be ruined. But then my voice echoed again. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Why'd you throw your phone into the tank? Zhang Yao stared in horror at the fish tank. Inside, the phone was completely undamaged. The live stream continued as if nothing had happened. In that moment, it was as if she had been thrown into an icy abyss. Shivering from head to toe, seeing her standing there, petrified with a twisted expression, I kindly asked, Miss Zhang, are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance? No need. I'm fine. If you're sure you're fine, then let's continue. You've paid for the reading, so I must finish this for you. Unable to exit the live stream, Zhang Yao had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue. What else do you want to say? Don't be afraid. Maybe what I'm about to say is something you'd like to hear. As Zhang Yao's fans continued hurling insults in the chat, I calmly began recounting her life story. Your real name is Zhangwan. Your mother was a middle school chemistry teacher, now retired at home. Your father was a mid-level official at a government agency, also retired. Am I right? Zhang Yao responded uneasily. These things can be found online. Anyone could look them up easily. What's the point of saying this? Well, the truth is, they aren't your biological parents. They're your adoptive parents. You were originally an orphan. You were adopted when you were 6 years old. Zhang Yao's expression grew more unsettled. So what? I've never hidden the fact that I'm adopted. And my parents love me very much. And I love them, you're right. They do love you very much. They raised you as their own. And you've always been a well-behaved, intelligent child. You excelled in school and knew how to care for your parents, never giving your adoptive parents any trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyao seemed to relax, her expression softening noticeably. They raised me. Of course, it's my duty to honor them. You all lived in harmony, a happy family, until later. When your adoptive mother suddenly became pregnant, it was quite miraculous, really. She had always wanted her own biological child, but had never been able to. Then in her 40s, she miraculously conceived. Your adoptive parents were overjoyed. By that time, you were already 15, approaching your high school entrance exams. Your adoptive mother worried that the pregnancy might affect your studies, so she didn't tell you at first. It wasn't until after your exams were over and her belly had begun to grow that she finally told you. Later, on September 31st, your adoptive mother gave birth to a baby boy. They named him Zhonglei. At that time, your adoptive parents believed that they were the happiest parents in the world, with both a daughter and a son. They felt their family was complete. Every day, they watched how lovingly you cared for your little brother, and thought their earlier worries were completely unfounded. You and your brother got along so well. You showed no signs of jealousy. In fact, you seemed even more eager to play with him than your mother. When Zhonglei was 4, tragedy struck. I paused for a moment before continuing. That day, your adoptive mother took Zhonglei to buy his favorite cake. You followed them from behind. And while your mother was busy at the counter, you quietly called Zhonglei away. You tricked him into an abandoned industrial area and heartlessly pushed him down a dry well. You didn't leave until you were certain he was silent. At the time, you were already in university in this very city. You lived on campus and only came home on weekends. Your adoptive mother had no idea you had returned home. She always believed that she had lost her son due to her own negligence. Heartbroken and filled with guilt, she cried so much she nearly went blind. Later, you started wearing a pendant Buddhist amulet. What they didn't know was that inside that amulet was the trapped soul of their son. Zhang Mingyao's face had turned from pale to something much worse. My voice now sounded like a curse in her ears. Zhonglai's vengeful spirit harbored deep resentment towards you and wouldn't leave. It constantly haunted you, and out of both fear and frustration, you trapped his soul in the amulet, turning him into a little spirit. You fed him blood every day, and used him to do many wicked things, like causing accidents to your competitors, or mysteriously getting colleagues who spoke ill of you fired. Even Yang Zihao, who was originally meant to fall in love with your best friend, was ensnared by the dark magic you used. Your career, your wealth, your love life, even your beauty and charm, were all thanks to the little spirit you've been feeding. Everything in your life has gone exactly as you wished, smoothly and without a hitch. That's nonsense. All nonsense. Zhang Mingyao was visibly panicking now. This was her darkest secret, hidden deep inside her for years. No one knew. Yet here it was, being spoken aloud word for word. Zhang Mingyao, who had been composed just moments ago, was now so agitated that she looked ready to tear me apart. Shut up! Your mouth! I'm warning you, if you keep spouting this nonsense, I single quotes I'll call the police and have you arrested. Arrest me? When the police come, we'll see who gets arrested. Aren't Zhonglai's remains still at the bottom of that dry well? Zhang Mingyao looked like she'd been hit with a sledgehammer. Her entire body froze. She had never imagined that all the things she had done would be exposed so blatantly. Now she began to regret. Regret what had possessed her to come to this live stream. Why did I ever come here? You know about the benefits of feeding a little spirit. But did you ever think that what you take must eventually be repaid? The more you demand from the little spirit, the greater the price you pay. And now, the 3 markings of death are already on your face. In 3 days, you will suffer the backlash and die. Zhang Mengyao's heart pounded in her chest. Her mind went completely blank. When she finally spoke again, her voice lacked its former strength. You're trying to scare me. I'm not afraid. But the little spirit has grown harder to satisfy, and recently it's tried to harm you more than once. Isn't that true? Zhang Mingyao recalled how the little spirit had been appearing more frequently, and how its sinister, terrifying eyes and eerie smile had looked at her. She was terrified. She had fought so hard to get everything she had now. She hadn't even had the chance to enjoy it for long. She couldn't just die like this. In a moment of desperation, she suddenly dropped to her knees, her makeup running from her tears. "Master," she sobbed. "Please save me. I was just greedy for a moment. I swear I'll never do it again. Please save me." Look, she's panicking. She really did raise a little spirit. How could she do that? I've been a fan for so long, and now to find out the streamer was telling the truth all along. Asterisk sobs asterisk, I'm done with her. I won't support her anymore. At this moment, many of her fans felt utterly betrayed. Save you? Is that even necessary? You're already cursed with 3 deadly sins. Do you really think you can escape? Whether sooner or later, you're destined to die. Why waste the effort? No, no, no! You have to save me. Think about it. What if the little spirit goes on to harm others? I thought about it and she was right. If left unchecked, the little spirit might indeed cause harm to others. It needed to be dealt with quickly. Fine, I'll save you. The fee is 100,000, and you must transfer the rest of your money to your adoptive parents. All of it. Zhang Mingyao thought to herself, I'll just transfer it now and find a way to get it back later. Fine, I'll transfer it. I checked the transfer information and said calmly, now tell the truth. Explain everything from the beginning. You already know everything. Why should I have to say it? Because what I know is one thing, and what you say is another. It's not the same. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. I'll just end this here. No, wait. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Zhang Mingyao gritted her teeth in frustration. At this point, there was no point in pretending anymore. You were right about everything. Ever since Zhang Lei was born, I was no longer the most beloved daughter. Everything I had was split with him. I couldn't stand it. The things I worked so hard to get, why should I just hand them over? I hated him. From the moment he existed, I hated him. He had to die for me to get everything back. Originally, I didn't plan on turning him into a little spirit, but he kept coming out to scare me, and even dared to think of getting revenge. HMPH. A little brat. He wasn't a match for me when he was alive, and he's even less of one now that he's dead. Since he refused to reincarnate, I might as well make good use of him to help me. It wasn't a waste pretending to love him all those years. In the first year or so, raising the little spirit did bring me continuous good luck. Everything I asked for, it delivered. My career soared smoothly. At the start, the offerings were simple. 9 incense sticks a day and 3 bowls of water, with just a drop of my own blood mixed in. But later, the incense doubled, and the water with blood gradually turned into a full bowl of blood. I couldn't keep up with bleeding every day, so I had to find a way to buy plasma. I knew asking for too much wasn't good, so I reduced my requests from the little spirit. Then I met a Hao, rich and handsome. He was the perfect choice for my husband, so I asked the little spirit again to bind us with the red string of fate. After that, the offerings increased to 3 bowls of blood. It worked for a while longer. But recently, I feel like it's getting harder and harder to control. It often appears at night when I'm sleeping. At first, it was just pulling my hair. Then it started sucking on my fingers, or gnawing on my toes. It gave me quite the fright. There was nothing I could do. I had no choice but to offer live poultry as a sacrifice. Only then did the little spirit settle down. It no longer appeared at night. I thought everything was fine. I shattered her illusion right away. It wasn't fine. Its appetite had changed. Blood and poultry no longer satisfied it. It had set its eyes on you. It was just waiting for the right moment. What should I do? What can I do? Zhang Meng, in a panic, was both anxious and terrified. She didn't know what to say or what to do. Take me to where you offered sacrifices to the little spirit. All right. Zhang Mingyao agreed, hastily grabbing her phone. Entering a room in the corner of the second floor, she opened the door and saw the room filled with a swirling mist of eerie energy. A Buddha amulet hung on the altar. 2 red candles were still burning. The incense burner held 3 sticks of incense, but they hadn't burned out yet. The Buddha statue's face was indistinct, but cradled in its hands was a curled-up child. The child emitted a faint, black-red hue, giving the entire statue an ominous aura. Zhang Mingyao stopped in front of the altar. This is where I offer sacrifices to the little spirit. What should I do next? I'll give you a talisman. Place it on the Buddha amulet. After saying this, I raised my hand, and a talisman floated over. Zhang Mingyao grabbed the talisman that suddenly appeared before her and stuck it onto the Buddha amulet. She hurriedly took several big steps back. Standing far away, I began chanting and forming hand seals. The talisman on the Buddha amulet suddenly caught fire. In no time, the amulet was reduced to ashes. A wisp of black smoke floated out of the amulet. It drifted onto Zhang Mingyao's back. That should do it. Zhang Mingyao inexplicably felt a chill, rubbing her arms as goosebumps rose. She glanced at the amulet and asked, "But I said nothing." I only glanced at the little spirit now clinging to her back. I could have sent the little spirit away right then, but my hand seals couldn't stop. Not yet. It's clinging to you now and won't leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyao felt an icy coldness pierce her back. She mechanically turned her head to look behind her. Suddenly, a pale, small hand touched her face. A chilling laugh echoed from behind, dark and terrifying. "Sister, I'm so hungry. Can I take a bite? Please?"